What is going on, everybody? Good afternoon. We had some issues with OBS just now for anybody who noticed this start and stop, but perfect time for it to update is right at noon, huh? I think everything should be good now. If there's any issues, please let me know. I can't believe it just set itself to auto update. I messed with too many settings. Today we're going to be taking a look at some of the most underrated items in Arc Raiders people either use incorrectly or are not using to its fullest potential or skip entirely. We are going to be looking at a few interesting ones. We have so far Hornet drivers, Wasp drivers, snitch scanners, gas grenades. There are a few more I wanted to get, but while we're going to be out, I am going to need to farm more Arc parts in order to get enough of these to make a good test size on each of these. 3 gas grenades I feel like is probably plenty, and then there's a few other items I wanted to take a look at, but we're going to have to farm some of that up. But that's okay, because we'll be able to add that to the metric of how we determine what is a better item. If something is too expensive for the use case, it's obviously not going to be worth it. You can recycle those or skip those entirely. But if there's something in here like the gas grenades that are extremely cheap to craft that could end up being more useful than some of the things people bring in, get gear fear with, and then die having, it provides more use for a lower cost and hopefully saves us some money as well. But a lot of the times after you have the snitch scanners, you get 6 of them to upgrade your benches, and then players will pass them up for the rest of their time playing. But these, especially in combination with, I don't have any here, lure grenades, can be an especially toxic way to take out players or to cover yourself. It doesn't look like, is it utility? It is utility. We have 1 speaker component, so we can grab some speaker components as well. I find those everywhere. But with 1, we'll be able to show you a good use for these. So I want to go with throwables, grenades. There's going to be the Noisemaker used to have an exploit that would prevent fall damage. It has since been patched, I want to say back in November. But they may still have other good uses I have seen. What else do we have that we can bring in? Fire grenade traps. Some people are already aware that these are an incredible way to kill leapers, but they may have other uses as well. So if we bring them out and have an opportunity to play around with these, I think we'll only need 1, right? If 1's good enough to kill a leaper, it's probably good enough to find another use for a single one. And being that we're going in with a tactical Mark II augment, there's not too many things you can put in the augmented slot, so these are a good use for that. So if they're useful and are, an additional item you could keep in an augmented slot to make an already good augment a little bit better, I'd say that would earn it more points. We will have to figure out an official, flat point-based scoring metric on how easy things are to obtain, how useful we are, how useful we're able to find ways to deploy them, whether it's distraction, evasive, PvP, PvE. This wasn't the initial idea I was going to do today, but seeing that I had a few things laying around the stash, we have quite a good amount of things to test. I'm trying to think what else we could bring in. We might just have to run in, farm some Arc, and then keep going in from there. I will be bringing in extra shield rechargers if we're going to be farming Arc, and hopefully we'll find a way in the first few rounds to use these. We could even use the snitch scanners to farm more Hornet drivers if we can't find as many stitches. I will bring a deadline in my back pocket because I think the best place to do this to farm snitch scanners, speaker components might be here. But we do have a higher risk of running into other players. but we may be able to use that to our advantage to test some of the other things as well. So Buried City is probably our go-to spot to test this out. It's going to have a good amount of Arc to farm. We're going to probably run into PvP situations because we're farming Arc, and we'll be able to use the things that we're picking up to see if what we can pick up on the fly can also be extremely useful for getting through if we were to do, you know, a naked run or a rubber duck run or a lucky duck run or something like that, where we can just pick these up and then go use them right away. Missing ammo. Oh, for the Stitcher. Let's see. Bring in 100, bring in 5 extra bandages. Our scanners here. I don't know that the Wasp, it explodes. And then, so these could be a good way to set up a trap similar to fuel canisters. I could see us using that. These are your ghetto showstoppers. They will stun Arc. For a while, these were bugged and not working. I'm not sure if that's fixed, so we're going to have to see if it is. Am I out of frame now too? Oh my god, OBS. What in the hell? Alright, OBS is having a field day of its own. This is somehow impressive. Pardon me, just 1 second. Almost. That's okay. We will just... If anybody's curious about these plugins that I'm using to crop this, they're all in OBS. This isn't an additional filter layer or, you know, extra program. Let me know if I do this. I just want to move X over a little bit. I'd say that's pretty good. Okay, ignore the moving man behind the camera. We got it. It's fine. See, it's fine. I don't know what you were worried about. So anyways, we're going in with a tactical Mark II. We're going to be bringing in some extra shields, a surge shield recharger, just because this is a medium shield. We'll be going in to try and primarily farm some arc parts to use and more components for things like lure grenades. I'm especially looking for snitch scanners. I think we're going to be able to both use to farm up more Hornet and Wasp drivers, as well as throw these at players or cover our extract with them. Gas grenades, really good if you're getting chased. If we do end up having to run, these will hopefully be our escape route. These can also be used to see through other players' smoke grenades. I'll get more into that when we get to there. And then lure grenades, we will either use them to lure Arc away from us if we need a quick escape, or we will be using these to redirect Arc in between us and other players. Deadline in the back pocket just in case we run into a bombardier. Arc advanced power cells, also a really good utility to have. And Buried City. I am thinking a lot of these aren't going to be as useful as if you were to spend the resources and the currency to get, you know, regular smoke grenade, showstoppers, things like that. But in a pinch, if you are running across the map, you have the inventory space, and you maybe didn't bring in whatever utility that these provide, they could be worth carrying at least, you know, through part of the run until you find something better. We can consider weight in how we score these as well. But once we have a sizable pool of all of these, we'll try and figure out what a fair metric across each category is going to be. So this is actually a pretty good spot. We can go this way. Sometimes we'll be able to find a bombardier in this area. And if we do, he should have...
Let's move to that location.
Wasps, snitches, all sorts of things nearby. For those of you who have seen the loot spot clip that everybody keeps sharing or making their own remix of, that is right over here.
Down there.
Those are the Grandidos apartments directly across here. And you don't have to run and jump across. You can do it this way as well. Oh yeah, 4 drawers, always. Speaker components we need, and another blaze grenade trap. That's perfect replacement, see? If you were to just have gone through these drawers and been like, I have nothing to arm that door in case someone comes across, well, now you do. That, I think I value a little bit more than the door. No, I already have this. We'll take this. Ooh, a noisemaker. That could come in handy. We are going to try and prioritize gear over everything else. Although a lot of these would be nice to have. We're going to need the speaker components. We don't need the medium ammo. Apricots, cat beds, rusted tools. Headphones. Shotgun choke 3. Okay, that's pretty good. We're gonna go out the back door here. Sounds like he hit that trap. I can hear people over there. We're gonna go through this way. Just barely. That's another little shortcut. This sometimes spawns a suitcase. One of the buttons is in here. I want to look more into that. I don't know enough about that button puzzle. I'm sure somebody else has already figured it out by now. Another one of these drawers. These drawers, I believe, are considered residential or medical, depending on where they are. Thermostat, we don't really need. See, if that guy did chase us, we could lob some of these gas grenades at him. Oh. What's up? I'm friendly.
I gotta look at the fucking espresso machine somewhere here.
You what?
Oh shit. I'm looking for an espresso machine.
Espresso,
Yeah, it's supposed to be somewhere around here.
yeah, that's residential, I'm pretty sure. So you're in the right area. It'll be in one of these buildings.
It's an old shop. Here it is.
Ah, yeah, there you go. Good luck. All the quests are in this area. I'm gonna breach this door first, so that we have somewhere to hide if this bombardier ends up being a little too much for us. Get out of line of sight. We should be able to take this down pretty easy. Oh, it's just with every shot, it's fine. Oh, you can't close these behind you. Ain't that something? Going to extract. He got his quest. That's good. We have extra heals. We're fine. Let's see. Can we use any of these in this situation? We have the lore grenade. We have the deadlines. We're gonna finish healing and then equip that lure grenade. I don't think they work on seekers, however. What the hell was even that? We're gonna use that. You can use that point blank. We'll just hit that real quick. One of them is behind us. Over the roof? I saw the beam. So the lore grenade already saved our lives. There we go. Oh, we can't search it. Is it empty? Nothing spot. Oh, there we go. I want to keep my my eyes looking that way because if that bombardier walks back past this alley, that's a perfect opening. So these cannot be used. That's interesting. So, all right, we pop more of these into the. Every time we use a piece of equipment, we can just keep on replacing it. So now, actually, since I've used up my other grenade, I can use a noisemaker to get this deadline on that bombardier. We're gonna do this. Is a noisemaker as effective? Do we have to activate it separately? Oh, mother... Oh, run! Okay, well, the noisemaker may be semi-useless. Hey, what's up, Toasty? Maybe somewhat useless. Let's swap this deadline to our back pocket real quick. That's not great. Oh, somebody else might be coming for this bombardier. Or for me. We have a turret behind us. Let's take a peek in here. See what else we can find and use. Nothing particularly. Do that. Well, the noisemaker is kind of pointless. We want to get ready for this. We're gonna get downstairs quick. Pick these off. And then we're going to run up to it and plant that deadline, or die trying, I suppose. It sees me, or it doesn't? How does it see me? Through these, how? I get the feeling that there's a soft cover bug, because it doesn't work with smoke grenades either. There's a raider behind me. Come on, hit it. Now run. A wall is not a bad place to have to fight this. Hey, we need to get out of here. But we need more than one noisemaker to get that done. That other guy is still up there. This is another good place for a blaze grenade trap. Because you can block the beam as they run around the corner with this post. And they'll run right into it. Then you just watch over here. The blaze grenade trap, extremely useful. It's going very well, Toasty. My OBS has decided it wants to reset itself today.
I won't shoot.
Alright, we're cool, guns away. Cool. The awkward standoff. 2v1 in that scenario. We definitely need more speaker components for noisemakers. But if we can make a standard kit out of any of these, I wonder if we make a kit around each one instead of running them all at the same time. Might be a little more testable then. These blaze grenade traps, I will say, already I like having them on hand. They're very cheap to craft. It's these and cloth, I want to say it is, if you have the advanced crafting in round, which I am currently working my way towards. This is my skill tree as of right now. I find that this is effective for farming. We're reducing weight. We have just enough that we can, you know, run pretty much non-stop. And we have in-round crafting, but we're trying to take additional field items to give us more options than what we currently have, especially if there's something that can be crafted in-round. It's going to give us a lot more utility to be able to make it on the fly. I believe the noisemaker is one of those as well. In utility. No, in just workbench, right? No, maybe you can't craft it. No, I just don't have the blueprint for it, I suppose. Traders. We're going to...
Just don't touch anything that's ticking.
Grab a couple of these.
Just make sure to cover your
That
ears.
going off, letting me know that there was a player behind me when I was up by the bastion. It's not how I thought that worked. Maybe I just didn't read them. I'm sure it says that somewhere, right? Sounds an alarm when enemy raiders are detected. Yeah, so it's kind of like when a pulse mine goes off. They get stunned. You hear it, you know they're there, but it doesn't stun them. You know what I mean? So we're bringing a couple of these. Can these also... These can also be put into the augmented slot on a Tactical Mark II, which also makes these useful. especially here, if you didn't want to have to deal damage to enemy players, if you were trying to stay in the friendliest possible lobbies, again, we don't know how aggression-based matchmaking is scored, just that it exists in some form, allegedly. So if damage to enemy players or enemy raiders is counted into that, and you don't want to risk a more difficult lobby, these might be a better option. We grabbed those two trinkets specifically because that's almost 10k right there. Barricades are, I don't want to call those underrated. Everybody knows a barricade is great. I don't think there's too many other uses we can use other than what people are already doing. You know, cover when you're out in the open, blocking off exits and entries. That I'm just going to put into my stash. These gas grenades I think we keep on hand. So these can't be equipped. These can't. None of these can. And then we need these to craft lure grenades. How many per? That is going to be under utility. These are one each. So I do want to get a stack of 3 of these. So we will try and grab some more speaker components before we test the lure grenades. I want to be able to see what else they can be used for. I think stun nearby targets. So this doesn't just stun Arc. It should stun other players as well. Snitch scanners we will use with the lure grenades for that tactic and see just how effective that can be. Shotgun choke 3. I have a... Just to pop this on real quick, I want to look at... That's a pretty good statted shotgun. And we'll put this one on the other El Toro I'm currently holding on to. Surprised they don't have a muzzle brake for that. Let me just put one on. That will be our player defense if it has to be. And I'll throw a... Oh, we got that blueprint out of this. I did already learn this one. I know somebody who needs it, though. If I ever run into a blueprint that... Just some real cheap attachments. We don't need anything crazy. If I ever run into a blueprint that I have and Blaze also has, and anybody needs it, just feel free to let me know. I can add you in the game. Wasp driver. And we'll explode if shot. So these are going to be our 3 additional items we'll test out while we're trying to loot everything else up. Speaker components are going to be electrical areas, or they can be farmed by using residential areas and then recycling other things down into them. I'm going to need shield rechargers, which I should have. Do not. We'll go medical. We'll just craft them all. Better to have them on hand. Heals are something, like your regular amount of heals, it's always a good idea to try and stock up on them. Like, I don't need that many fabric unless I'm crafting durables. There's 1 there, 4, 5, and 2. Should make that 3. It's plenty of heals. And then we used up our surge shield recharger, but we need advanced arc power cells anyways. Okay, so we need to farm advanced arc power cells. We can save lure grenades for that, or you know what? I think we can get it done with 1 lure grenade. We just have to do it a little bit more cautiously. If you run straight up to it, and before it goes off, like before it starts its close range attack, you throw that lure grenade as far as you can to hopefully get it out of its close range attack trigger radius, then it'll probably just turn around and give you plenty of time while it's shooting directly at it. If it works for the Bastion, right, it should work. We just want to avoid everything else. I would bring a photoelectric cloak as a get out. I forget if I have the crafting recipe. I'm sure a lot of people would agree. Bringing out the nice stuff is a lot more... I do have the recipe. It's also speaker components. Isn't that funny? Yeah, we'll bring it out. Why not? The deadline I also have the recipe for. I can craft a couple more of those, I believe. I can craft 4 more of those if I refine some of this into arc circuitry. So the deadline I'm less worried about than the photoelectric. But if we have to, you know, we swap the deadline and we use that. We just put that in and get out if it didn't work our way. With a photoelectric cloak, we don't technically even need this, though. This is the cheaper option than using up the photoelectric cloak. So just to be a little more savvy, we will use this one up and then try and farm some speaker components to make a full stack of at least 3 of them, because there's going to be a couple of things you can do with the lure grenades other than just get arc away. This is probably one of the most useful grenades that people skip over unless they're, you know, specifically farming arc or carrying them as a get out of jail free card, you know? We will put the blaze grenade traps away. I don't know where the leaper spawns are for Buried City. I believe there is one that can spawn kind of northwest of the map, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, these are pretty cheap to craft in round once we unlock that, so I'll bring these in. If we lose them, I do have 2 more I can craft for, you know, leaper purposes. And Toasty, are you playing Arc Raiders yet? Blaze had just told me that another one of her friends had just told her that they are hearing a lot about Arc Raiders and might try it, so them and their partner may also be joining the fun on this game. Arc Raiders is doing something that very few games do. It's like not quite on the path to be its own Fortnite, but it's one of the few games that it's the must-play game from the time it releases, and it is very different than when it was first announced in 2021. There's a really awesome video on that on the actual Arc Raiders channel. We spawn in the same place. I think we go to the same thing. Let's come up through this way so we can be by that plaza area. And then we'll cut back this way to go around to that alleyway. Should be a good plan. We spawned actually a little bit farther than previously. I think we were right next to apartments. I would say this is exactly what the Tactical Mark II was made for. Was bringing a bunch of stuff. Ooh, and there is a snitch for us. Can't pass that opportunity up. Oh, come on. There whiffs a lot. Oh, it's gonna go off, isn't it? I'm surprised it hasn't already. Snitch scanner, very useful. See, picking up things like this, especially early game and carrying them around the map. I guess it's not early game. I did just realize we are 11 minutes into a raid. Picking things like this up and carrying them around, if it is early though, gives you so many more options than if you were to just decide not to pick them up instead and leave them behind. And you do have to prioritize loot, but I'd say early on, anything that you can, you know, throw or use in any sort of way is going to save you the gear that you're bringing in. There's a player in this building to my left. Yep, so we're going to hopefully take these out pretty early. These should only be 2 hits. There we go. It hasn't actually seen us. Its spotter got a ping on us, so it doesn't know where we are. It knows where we were. This is actually a perfect opportunity. Swap the deadline in. Throw it back there. And now we bust out the deadline. Oh no. Can we get out of this alive? I think so. And then we're gonna loot this pretty quickly because that's gonna draw a lot of attention. Somebody else is here. We want this over these. Let's add some room by dropping these in with us. You guys need any bombardier loot? I mean, free grabs? You guys are good. I hear him just kind of being chill. So, I mean... Nah, I really just needed to farm snitch scanners and arc cells. We're getting some good stuff. That is pretty cheap to get this big of a loadout. I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck, sir. Grab what we need, you know? I did get the bombardier cells from that. There's probably, if I had to guess, 2 more, but I mean, we ended up getting a full stack. That's fine by me. We said all that in game. He knows we have a full stack of cells. I always don't notice that I am talking in game chat at the worst times. There was a game I had played in trios. These guys literally fell on our heads. And they seemed like they were cool. Kept their guns up. And as we were walking away, I was like, just keep walking. Like, don't wait. I don't know if I trust these guys. Trying to determine where we go. We did get a lot out of that run. It's probably best to extract it. Especially with all that fighting going on. What do we have on hand? We have gas grenades if we need them. What we can do... Put a noisemaker right here. Noisemakers won't let people really know that it's there, unlike some of the other things that tick and pop. It's a good way to cover your extract. And let me sit right here. We'll know if somebody's coming now. If they come down any way past that noisemaker, we will be able to hear it. It won't do damage to them if they are friendly. The noisemaker, I'm gonna go ahead and say already, is severely underrated. It's extremely lightweight to carry. It's a surefire way. It's got a pretty big radius to set off. Ooh, that guy probably had goop. I should have looked around the extract. That guy definitely got camped or extracted at the same time as somebody else. Oh, I didn't realize our shield was going to be so busted after that. Yeah, that was a pretty good round, I'd say. We got some bombardier goop. We helped a fellow raider get some goop. That's a pretty good start if you ask me. How are we looking on this? This is still live. Excellent. Perfect. I still have my concerns over OBS's temper tantrum. I mean, we can recycle these or sell these, but advanced mechanical components, that is crazy good. We will pop this away into our stash of those. Arc motion cores, always really good for wolf packs. Wolf pack's surprisingly cheap. If you can get the blueprint for a wolf pack, they only spawn on night raids. Really good places to get them would be like Jiangsu Warehouse and Spaceport. If you just run in solo, loot that building, and get out, it is probably the safest Spaceport run you could do on a night raid, only if you spawn next to it. But I mean, it also goes unlooted fairly often. I'm going to be adding Jiangsu Warehouse to a list of spots that I plan on teaching you guys about if you are interested in them. You know what? We can use that right now to craft another surge charger and repair our shield. That is what arc circuitry is best for, why you need a lot of arc parts. The more arc you fight, the better shields you get against arc, but arc still destroys shields rapidly, so it's a little counterintuitive. It's no wonder the humans lost the war. Our Stitcher is surprisingly damaged as well. This is a very solid Stitcher. Just the stable stock 2 on the Stitcher just makes that beam so much tighter, especially if you can, you know, reduce the recoil itself. So we got almost no recoil with this, and then the light mag too. I won't call the Stitcher underrated because everybody knows it shouldn't be nearly as good as the Bobcat, but it is. What can we go in for next? So we have Hornet Driver still. We could use those. I didn't even think to use those to stun the Bombardier. That would have been so much more helpful than taking all that damage. But see, I have the standard player mentality of it's just a driver, recycle it, sell it, whatever you want to do. And then the Wasp driver could have put it at its feet. I wonder if that would kill a Bombardier. At the very least, I guarantee we could use that to kill a Leaper. We could go hunt some Leapers using these and these. Gas grenades, again, good. I do want to craft more. We didn't get any speaker components that time. We need a solid residential run, or a solid... What's a good run to use this kind of build on, right? If we go to... If we did a run from reinforced reception down through checkpoint, which is a very high value loot run, we may be able to use the stuff we bring in to kill the Bastion that spawns down here, or the Bombardier that spawns out here. I believe there is a chance for a Leaper spawn in this area. I can't remember if that's the opposite side or not. Warehouse, again, is another spot that I will be adding to my list because there is some... There's some spots that even late into a match you can go that players just completely skip over in this area. There is... I'm trying to think. Leaper spawns on Dam. A Leaper can spawn kind of here between the wall and hydroponics. But we need speaker components, so the residential behind it, this would be a really good run. And then you could come up through power gen and extract. I'm trying to think of new routes. I mean, everybody's using online loot routes. If you guys are able to make your own... Why is my... What in the hell? What in the hell? Ignore the man behind the moving camera. I'll just unhighlight everything. Yeah, if you guys are able to create your own loot routes instead of running the ones that are online, you'll run into a lot less players because, I mean, it's the same thing as once you tell somebody about your favorite loot spot that nobody goes to or something like that, immediately it's going to be looted every time you go there until it dies down. I will say I find more success than not with Highway now as opposed to when those shorts first came out. But if you tell everybody your secrets, it's not going to be a secret. So I'm going to try and do that. We're going to try and hit residential and hydroponics and then hit this leaper. If we spawn over here, it's even better because we can kind of feel out the match, hit the leaper first and then hit this. Then we are extracting around this hatch, whereas if we do it the opposite way, we would probably come up through power generation complex, maybe hit highway as well, and then down to hatch here, which means I do have a hatch key. We have the photoelectric cloak, which I don't think we need on this run. We have not enough shield rechargers. Workshop, not traders. I have no arc power cells. That's okay, because what we do have, I believe... We don't. Okay, so we are going to the trader. This is why you craft, because these are 1560 each. If I need 2 more, that's already 3,000 just for basic heals. Hopefully, I can, however, refine some durable cloth. I like to keep about... We'll try and keep like 20 on hand. Oh, we can't keep 20 on hand. It's a lot more expensive than I thought. We'll keep 10. And then go to medical lab. We also need more Mullen. We have plenty of regular bandages. Imagine if we didn't, how funny. We're just going to bring a full stack of regular bandages in these. That's probably more than enough. There is a Rocketeer spawn by Hydroponics. Can we use any of those other things? Let's make some more... Oh, can't make more noisemakers. What else can we use for... unexpected gear, we'll call it.
Need a distraction, a diversion, or a demolition? I've got
That's
all
exactly
three.
what I'm looking for. We can buy another noisemaker for now if we really want to. I wonder if you were
If you ever
to...
get tired of being a raider, you've got a steady spot here in my workshop. Good call. Should make your next topside visit more interesting.
Oh, it most certainly will. I've enjoyed using these so far. Literally saved my life. And that guy seemed to have backed off as soon as he hit that trap as well. If you were to recycle these, you would get speaker components. That is so interesting. So I guess that's a good way to purchase speaker components. If you are running out of speaker components, just go to the trader section, go to the grenade shop, purchase some noisemakers, and recycle them, and they will each give you 1 speaker component. That is a nice little loot hack. We have these for a leaper. We're going to see if we can use these 2 for a leaper. It's going to be interesting. I mean, we can definitely stun it so it can't do too much. But I'm wondering if we can maybe lure it to the entrance of a building, throw one of these down at its feet, and if one of these will kill it. It's only 80 damage. But these only do 50, and 1 blaze grenade trap, if placed properly, can take out a leaper. It has to stand kind of in the fire, so you really want to aggro it to the door, have it hit the trap, and still be aggroing it. But then it's hard to say if you're shooting it to aggro it, or if we can't use a noisemaker, it's enemies only. I wish we could set these off manually. That would make these, I feel like, significantly more useful. We're going to need more heavy ammo, which we definitely can craft. Throw another 30. And then this should be plenty to go in and test some stuff. I almost wonder the gas grenades, if the gas itself will interact with the blaze grenade trap. If it does, that would be pretty sick. That'll be our plan. That'll be our plan. That's how we're gonna go farm this leaper on a run that also gets us some other good loot. We didn't quite bring anything for the Rocketeer. So hopefully it's not just a Rocketeer. If we get pinned down, we'll have to get creative with what we have, right? Maybe we can use the snitch scanner in some kind of way to make a diversion for the Rocketeer by triggering the arc somewhere farther off our location. If we shoot the noisemaker, will it go off? Shooting the noisemaker to set it off, if it doesn't break immediately, would also be a pretty cool strategy for that. We spawned down here, so I think that's decent enough to do this run with. I was thinking spawning here, or there's some here and up here, but this isn't bad. So what if we hit highway first, and then we'll come up this way, cut down hydroponic, and then we'll hit residential before we leave and try and get some speaker components. That should be a pretty solid loot run. We'll get... there is a Rocketeer, unfortunately, and he is very close by. What we're going to do is set down this first noisemaker here, because they can come in from 2 entrances, but if they're coming up the stairs, unless they're jumping into the window somehow, this is the only way. There is an audible ticking if they're, you know, if they're moving quietly and cautiously, they will be able to hear that, so it won't catch a very alert raider by surprise, but if they're just running up into your building while you're looting and they didn't hear you there first, they're not skulking around, that could be a really good way to get out. We do have shots nearby, so I wouldn't be surprised. This can be kind of a bigger building, pattern house here. Love an El Toro. And residential is some of the best spot to hit, in my opinion. Just because, again, you can get things that will recycle down. There is a noisemaker here. Or you know what we do? We're going to go down and set a noisemaker at the bottom, so we'll also know if they come up this way as well. So now our building is secure. We are on the 2nd floor. They can't jump in through the windows. If they use the stairs or the zipline, we're covered. So from here, we can kind of make as much noise as we want, because we'll know if they're coming before they know approximately where we are. And once those alarms go off, we know where the only 2 are. So if we hear that and then a zipline, we'll be ready. Case in point. There's someone in our building. He shot our trap. That was the 1st floor stairs. Go out to the left. He's going to be in the staircase somewhere. We know his approximate location and he doesn't know ours. He's still skulking around, which tells me he's not a friendly. So already we've skipped the awkward standoff of, is this guy gonna be cool? Because he shot out our trap and didn't announce himself and be like, whoa, whoa. The question is, where in here is he? I think I just heard him. He is 1st floor down right side. Yep, he's right there. We have plenty of traps for him. I want to put these gas grenades on because we're going to knock out his stamina And I'll show you that use right now. If we throw this gas grenade, we can see through his smoke grenade. We immediately counter. So we can play this building all day with traps like this. We are fairly safe. That fireworks? He hasn't shut out the other one, so if he tries to push around us as well to zipline, we've got him. We have extra of these. I want to bounce this off of... We could drop on him. I don't know if he ran at this point, though. Let's full heal. Some of these people are so patient. This guy skulking around makes me think that he might be the rat type. We can just clear down from here. There we go. He was gonna hold that angle on the stairs if it was gonna be the death of him, so I do feel bad it's a free loadout, but you damaged me first, man, so I need to take your heals. That's on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, actually, we're gonna take this kettle back with us. And we still have our traps. We can go disarm those. They are fully reusable as well. I tabbed out. I tabbed out. How? Yeah, you're with that other dude? I knew it. Rats. Rats. Ah, man. We still had our other traps. I was tabbed out. God damn it. I'm surprised on damn that was that way. But that's okay. We're good. We didn't really spend anything other than some very cheap crafts. We can make those blaze grenade traps again. What I really need is a blaze grenade blueprint. I don't believe I have one, do I? No, I don't. I do know that those are typically pretty cheap. We're going to make another tack mark 2 if we can, which will be gear bench. Or do we want to do combat because it's grenades? A lot of them are throwables. I don't think they count as grenades though. So we're going to use the tack mark 2 again. That smoke grenade could have saved us if we weren't tabbed out. One of the reasons the tack mark 2 is probably the second best augment in the game is upon shield break. It throws a smoke grenade. Ellie said he wants to stream with you at Big Sack Won't Sag. Go talk to him in his chat. I mean, I will, yeah, I'll hit him up some other time. I'm pretty sure this is a bot, but it's fine. We do need medium shield. So we'll go craft that as well. Again, arc circuitry, real good for that. If you're farming arc, you might as well get the parts to upgrade your shields. Go back in with Anvil 2, already silenced. This is how I'm starting to build out my stuff, just by level it up, put everything on it. Even this Bobcat is probably the nicest one I have. It's going to take a while to get to the point of using this. I want at least 2 full rows before I start using them, but I don't want to start using them after that, you know? That would be cool to use for like a PvP run with this kind of stuff, and just see how into it we can get. 1 surge, 5 shield rechargers. We'll bring those. And then what can we improvise with, right? I don't have the additional field crafting options yet. It seems like usually the game after I level up, not the game that I level up in, is the one that I get the skill point available. So we should be, I believe we're 1 point away from that, aren't we? Yeah, and then we can start using those blaze grenade traps for this specifically. But in the meantime, if we go to grenades and gadgets, if we have to buy something, I still like these. I do think that these noisemakers are worth it. So far they have, the second somebody hit them, it's been like a jump scare where they either have to destroy it because now they're sitting there trying to figure out if someone's around them. Or in the case of that other guy during the bastion, it seemed like he backed off because now he's making noise and there's a bastion in the way. Like, that is surprisingly underrated. I really do, and the fact that it fits in the augment slot, it's slowly growing on me. The noisemaker wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be the lure grenades, which, where are my lure grenades? Oh, we just got 1 speaker component, right? So let's go craft some lure grenades. Utility? I know, did we knock it out? I swear we had lure grenades. Maybe not. Okay, what's cheap? That's the whole point, right? Is if it's cheap, it's probably underrated. The remote raider flares at 810.
Trying to trick your fellow raiders, huh? Not for me to judge.
Those are gonna be good. I've seen a couple of people make plays with these that were just unreal. Like if we were to just shoot a couple of times, swap guns, shoot another gun so they hear 2 guns, and then pop a flare, someone's gonna come running for that. Or in a 1v1, if they've done damage to you and you pop the flare, they're gonna push up. Or a grenade. Grenade would be good. Explosion raider flare. Also 810. These can be carried in a stack of 5. Spending our money on frivolosity. I was gonna say, now where did those go? Try and use these for damaging arc as well, see how those do. Seeker grenades, I would say they're underrated, but a lot of people are starting to use them. I will bring these out as well.
Good choice. Should do the trick nicely.
Just to deal with flying arc. I believe it's 15 of them kills a Rocketeer, which is a lot, especially if you're buying them. And obviously we need to bring out heavy ammo, which we are going to need to craft. Bring out a full stack. Wondering if we bring a secondary. It would have been nice to get out with that El Toro. We have extended shotgun mag 1, always worth running. The extra shots are just always appreciated with the El Toro. I mean, it's +2. If somebody's already damaged, you're going to be knocking them with 2 shots of an El Toro, no matter what you hit. So even a level 1 light mag is more than enough. And then I just prefer something like that. We won't bring out our nice El Toro for this. But any El Toro is plenty El Toro. Bring out 20. If you need more than 20 shots in El Toro, you're using it wrong. That's my take. I mean, that's not included in today's, segment of underrated gear like the Raider Flare and stuff like that. But I mean, it's true. We did want to take out a leaper still. I don't have the advanced crafting yet. Let's go with... trying to think. We already showcased Bombardier. It'd be nice to have a dedicated Bastion spawn. I mean, we might on Blue Gate, in which case we can use... not those, for sure. Those are good for taking out anything that flies that's not a Rocketeer. I mean, even a Rocketeer if you absolutely have to, if you have a ton of them for some reason. I would love to craft those into traps, but we've already showcased the Noisemaker, and I'm already starting to love it. I mean, that last building, 2 seems to be all you need. I would maybe bring 3 if you were going into a bigger building like Hospital on Buried City. I wonder if the Noisemaker makes plays better. I feel like that is a location that you get run up on a lot, especially if you have a key, which I don't think I do. No, I have a bunch of Stellamontis keys. I don't entirely want to run into straight PvP because we are low on funds for testing this, and we need more snitch scanners, which are also, now that I'm looking, not in my inventory. Where did my stuff go? We definitely threw a lure grenade in our stash. Or so I thought. But we did 100%. Okay, so snitch scanners are here. And then lure grenades we had as well. You know what? This is a more cohesive kit. We're gonna go with this. So we have seeker grenades to... You know what? No, we'll farm those in round. How about that? We'll make it a little more of a challenge. We'll use the seeker grenades to farm those in round. And then what we'll do from there is we'll try and use those to loot a better area. A good place that strategy could work is on Blue Gate. If you're going to reinforced reception, if that's a part of your run, there's a lot of flying arc around here that you have to deal with, and it's very player heavy as well. So if you're on your way up or down or from the bottom and there's all those flying arc and you're not getting, you know, there's a leaper spawn here, I believe. Leapers and Rocketeers, if they're not on you and you have the ability to just go loud and use grenades, you could farm up these other parts, especially things like the what's it called? The Hornet Driver, which I think could be really useful here because you throw it around a corner. Sorry, Wasp Driver? Yes, Wasp Driver. If you throw it down the zip line, if somebody's trying to camp the bottom of the zip line or something, and then shoot it, it's 80 damage per. This is another... It is the same bot. We're going to put that on a block. Appreciate the engagement, but let's not advertise others without permission. I don't mind if someone's like, oh yeah, hey, I also play this game, blah blah. That's how I know Toasty over on YouTube. She also streamed. Do you stream currently, Toasty? Yeah, so this is a good thing for Blue Gate. We'll go Blue Gate. We'll bring Il Toro for inside. The Wasp Drivers for inside. I think this is a great play. These could even be really good to just save up and bring in on Stellamontis. You can stack 3 of them, and being that they're 80 damage each, they're not quite as good as something like a Trigger Nade, but you can probably pop them a lot faster. Actually, post-Trigger Nade nerf, these may be spectacular to have. I'm going to bring in one just in case. In case we don't have a Wasp spawn, or in case we're farther away and need one to prove the use case I'm talking about. But I wonder how quickly you could throw a Wasp Driver versus a Trigger Nade if we went time by time. I suppose I could do that in the firing range, right? Prove the theory first. But how easy are these to just pick up and use in round? I don't know if that bot is still there. I think this is going to be really fun. If these wasp drivers work, we're gonna have to go get a ton of these. Ooh, my texture's pretty rough. This is ideal. So we'll hit village, try and get some speaker components for lure grenades, and then we'll head up to reinforced reception, and then either down and out, or we'll just come out and extract.
Only engage if you've brought your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
Ammo case. Give me the heavy. Okay, yeah, sure. Just cut across real quick. Ooh, can we use any of these on a surveyor? Secret grenades on a surveyor, yes. Ah, that surveyor's valuable. It's hard to pass up, but we've got a point to prove here. Let's, swap in some secret grenades. Just one-shots almost any flying thing. Where's your lootable part? Here. If you just need a ton, like farm a ton of flying arc, you could just bring in a bunch of snitch scanners. I think that's probably what I'm going to do to farm my simple gun parts up. I mean, that is just a great strategy if you got a ton of them and then a bunch of secret grenades. A little bit of cover. You throw all your secret grenades out. I believe you can get simple gun parts off of wasps and hornets alike. We'll take those. Residential. Ooh, a rubber duck.
I've got a rubber duck.
Obligatory, I apologize. Now we have to go up for that one. There's a ladder right here. I don't know if this was already hit. I hear footsteps, but I don't know if they heard mine, so I can't fault them for not saying they're friendly or not. Suitcase is really good to hit. Case in point, if we take this over this, and then top off our ammo. Until we find something better. This, I can't tell if this is already hit because we didn't get any spawns. Another make your own loot run type of spot, and then right next door, there is a camera in here sometimes. Let's see, we want to start going up and then maybe try and get some wasp drivers. But we'll hit just another building or two here. You can definitely start using things like these to make your own loot run. Silencer 2 blueprint for sure we're gonna take. I think I need that a little more than the Bettina, and I think I need this a little more than Arc. Heavy charger's also always good, damn. 4. Little frickin' golf balls with legs is all they are. Alright. We got a couple more buildings up here on the way up to that hotter loot spot. I'm not sure how this being matriarch is going to affect that, because that is a pretty popular spot. And people might be more likely to try and run their keys when there's less risk because there is matriarch. Sounds a lot closer than I want it to. Was this the other one we were already in? All these buildings have the same layout. Sorry, I believe we can get out from here up to there. Yeah, this was already hit. Okay. I just get this sense that somebody's near. There's definitely been somebody here previously. Yeah, it's already hit. Pop to pop. Didn't hit this building, so maybe he's still in that other one is what that tells me. We're finding so many blueprints. I wasn't meaning to. Yeah, he hasn't been in here yet. We're just gonna clear. Yeah, residential is just so powerful. We'll take this instead of these. I've got 3 blueprints already. We haven't even done the other half of our run. We're 7 minutes in. This is unreal. I almost just want to get out here. I mean, we're not quite showcasing what it was that we wanted to. I'm assuming he hasn't been up here yet either. He hasn't. I mean, I'm gonna have to start making choices is how good the loot is. I have 3 rubber ducks at home, so I'm sorry to that rubber ducky, but he can belong to somebody else. I'm not carrying stims this time, right? No. We do have some tricks up our sleeve. We're carrying a stack of Raider flares. And some noisemakers. I can't believe we're 3 blueprints in. To a single run. Really good place to get dog collars if you're just starting to level your scrappy. What is going on? This run's kind of insane. I don't even know what to change anymore. I mean, silver spoon sets. I think I'm good. I really do feel like there may be a streamer client. We're just gonna hop out. I mean, we just got an insane run. That's kind of wild. We didn't even get to the part that we wanted to. Wow, that's just crazy. People got bots saying their stream is better than somebody else's on somebody else's stream. That's really discouraging. I mean, wow. Oh man, we didn't even get to the part that we wanted to. We did get to use one of those secret grenades. I mean, this is crazy. Patina blueprint is something else. I already have it, unfortunately. Silencer 1 I already have, and Silencer 2 I already have. I know someone who needs Silencer 2. But we also got the Lance's mixtape, bicycle pump. Really good for canisters. Toasters, I believe. Oh, they might only be springs in game. And radio is speaker components. Showstopper we'll just hold on to. And these we're keeping. That can go in the stash. This can get sold. That's a shockingly good run. Snitch scanner. We'll save. We still want to see how useful this wasp driver is. We might go and get more wasp drivers though. I think we just make another attempt at that. Who would have ever expected that to be that crazy? I always try to bring in a hatch key if I can. I'm gonna remember that person's name as well. I have that saved. That's so funny. I'm petty, I'll troll people. I shouldn't, I will. Like the other people who's like, hey, you know, somebody wants to stream with you, that's a much more friendly bot than, yeah, my stream's better. That's crazy. Because I bet if we went there, someone who has to bot to get people to their stream is probably not better. Right? Right? That's so funny. J something something. Okay, how close did we spawn? Pretty far. From here, we've brought in the secret grenades, Raider flares, and this to test on a leaper. There is a potential leaper or bombardier spawn if we are in Ruined Homestead. So we'll come out, we'll hit Ancient Fort, and then go Ruined Homestead. And even if you go step by step through the first part of the map, if you're on a map that you're maybe not familiar with as much, it's completely fine to go location to location, but if you find, you know, a rotation of locations that you like from a certain spawn point, you should try and remember it. Because odds are, if you just run it over and over again and you're not having too much trouble, it's probably not a popular route, while some of the spots may be popular, which you do have to risk. The way in which you get there from location to location does matter, because it's the things you go through on the way that make a location better than not. It is in fact a leaper. We don't have a leaper trap per se, but we wanted to try this. So if I can get in that building, we can really test how good this is. So let's go like this. You want to make sure that doesn't happen. See, now he knows exactly where I am. Let's pop this into our inventory. This might actually work. Oh shit. It's a very small target to shoot. That might be its downside. We're gonna do this. And met up real quick. What? Twice? Oh, that's rather unfortunate. I'm trying to think where the newest hatch is. I'm pretty sure it's down this way. I don't know that I'll make that. But we could try. That's just unfortunate. The thing about the secret grenades is they're supposed to go whichever arc you throw them closest to. That wasp must have been farther than it looked when I threw it. But it's not going to land at the bottom of the arc. It is going to detonate, so you kind of are going to have to get a feel for the timers. Yeah, I won't make that for sure. There are players this way, so who knows? Taking that fight in that house where the leaper can't jump onto you is much better. If you do the tap too fast, you won't make it. I mean, we're not gonna make it anyways. Looks like we aren't the only one that got dunked on by some arc. We made it far, but not far enough. If you're in this house, you can, without a kit, crawl to extract if you're quick about it and not in the building. But for us, nope, we weren't so lucky. No, not emergency dial. I entered my passcode. What the hell are you doing? I am getting mildly annoyed that my Face ID doesn't work with my glasses anymore. It's becoming more and more difficult. Welp, that's fine. Oh man, having these blueprints would definitely be a lot better, but running residential can get us those blueprints anyways, so we're gonna try and do both of those. Here we go, additional field crafted items. So now that'll allow us to craft these. There's the smoke grenade trap, which I guess is good. If you pair a smoke grenade trap with a gas grenade trap, it would probably smoke up so that they can't see out but because there's the gas, you are able to see in, because for some reason it highlights borders that it hits. So if it's hitting the interior of a room or something, you're able to see through the smoke, as we showcased before. If you were to use both of these, you'd probably get a similar effect. I can't see that being more useful, being that it's two separate items to do something that the noisemaker itself can, being that this would be a much more expensive craft. We are going to craft 2 of these, because again, these are spectacular to have. And just for a record, they only cost 1 wire, 1 blaze grenade, so incredibly cheap. We don't have the blaze grenade blueprint yet, unfortunately. Your bench. We can afford a few more test runs. And then not gunsmith. We need a shield as well, don't we? We can refine arc circuitry. We have 131. I'm not particularly worried about running out of shields. You pick these up off of players and things all the time. We'll bring in Stitcher. And we want a good arc weapon. So let's go still with this. What do we need? Mechanical? And simple gun parts. Simple gun parts we should be farming from wasps. We'll go with Celeste. Celeste will have simple gun parts for us, I believe, except she's still out. Why can't I buy 2?
Apparently, olives need to be brined to be
Oh, because she has 1 left.
Don't ask me how I know. Here's a good one.
We can break down some other gun parts that we may or may not have to get an anvil. Yeah, we have a ton of light gun parts. And if we recycle these, 16 symbol, that's perfect. So now we'll go craft that with mechanical components. Craft 10 of them real quick so we can upgrade it at least once. I really wasn't expecting to fall in love with the noisemaker. The noisemaker might be standard kit for running solos now. I think an anvil 2 is probably enough. And then if we have springs, which we don't, we have a silencer currently on something, no? Better than nothing. Just pop that on for now, grab our ammo, and then we'll go figure out what we're testing on the next one. That like crafting window. Our basics, of course. Of all the things I don't have, it's surprisingly arc parts. Grab 4. I don't think I need a full stack just to farm them. Oh, and we did have those anyways. We'll go back to those secret grenades.
If it whirs, beeps, or
Cheap
slows,
for what they
you'll
are.
find it here.
I need the blueprint for that. I'm willing to bet that those are mechanical parts and not even explosive compound, because that's rare. It's going to be even cheaper than that. Pop those in there. We'll take these out with us. And then I definitely want to bring in more noisemakers. Go off one of those extra blueprints. 3 blueprints in 1 run was kind of wild. What level am I? I'm level 50 as of right now. My tree is currently, I know you saw my last tree. This is currently what we're going for. I did take the free sprint after a sprint dodge roll. That's just free sprint a lot of the time. I'm going to be continuing up here after I finish taking some stuff over here. But I still have a little extra and loaded arms instead of the broad shoulders now because it's worth more as a single point versus 2 points in this. So this will be my next take, then Looter's Luck, and then probably Security Breach at that point because we'll be close to 36 anyways, or I might start coming up here before I grab Security Breach. But this is a, so far, very fast build. What other little stuff did we want to take in? I wanted to bring in grenades and gadgets. Oh, he's out of noisemakers. I can't craft those, right? Is that a part of the additional field crafted items? I really am not sure what it would be under. It's not explosives. I want to be able to craft those so bad. Now that I know how useful they are. That's alright. We should have enough to craft one of these. Speaker components is usually something I have so many of that I will never use. So I'm shocked that I am out of them already. Power rods are incredibly valuable resource-wise. They are 2 advanced electrical components each, but there is a spot on Dam where you can unlock a room using a power rod that typically beats out this value. I'm wondering if we go in with that. I don't necessarily want to get into the more expensive stuff because there are other reasons it's expensive, and I don't want to call it underrated because of the fact that it's, you know, used in crafting. Let's see. Yeah, the heavy shield and the snap hook, which is not a cheap craft and extremely frustrating to lose any of those. So those are already so valued. I don't want to call them underrated, but there are other uses that you wouldn't expect. I think we bring in our snitch scanners and lure grenades. Or singular, right? We only technically need one if we throw it correctly. I'm also surprised he doesn't sell those. We'll bring in 2 of these.
Ooh, gas grenade, huh? Just be careful with it.
Again, extremely, extremely cheap, but if someone throws a smoke grenade on you, or on themselves, having one of these not only to stunt their stamina, prevent a chase, but to be able to see them through the smoke, that's such a good counter to carry. And if you're running a tactical... Okay, listen, man, I don't appreciate you talking over me. God damn it, Apollo. Yeah, gas grenades, I don't know that I'd call them standard kit the way I feel about noisemakers if you're running a solo run, because if you're solo, having a noisemaker that most players are going to hear the ticking and not think about it twice, very careful players are going to hear it and know what's going on, but for the most part, people are running around. And it's like, if you're at an extract and you place it in a way where they can't shoot it, even if they know it's there, if they are coming after you and don't want to wait, you're going to know exactly where they are. Gas grenades, I don't know that I feel the same way about them yet. I'm wondering if it's a detonatable gas, if we were to use, you know, a blaze grenade and one of these, if they have an interaction. That's something that we'll have to test. I don't think the light impact grenade, aside from being a louder way to kill pops, is as useful. I want to find more uses for these, though. The secret grenades definitely being a one-shot kill. I mean, I want the blueprint for this as well. I wouldn't say they're as worth it if you have to purchase them, but I'd say they're worth picking up and not recycling, because they only recycle to what? Yeah, some basic explosive compounds. That's probably what it is explosive compound in a single mechanical part. I'm willing to bet that's how cheap the recipe is. I think those would be awesome to craft. Blaze grenade traps, again, really good trap. They do have a beam, so you have to be careful about the placement, because if they can see the beam, they're not going to be as effective. You know, they're great for hunting leapers, things like that. I think I'm gonna split this stack, because last time in that building with that player, we only used one, and they are disarmable. So if you set these traps up in a building and then loot it by yourself, you can uninstall whatever traps you have room to bring with you and reuse them, and I think that's what makes having this slot more powerful, because none of those can go in. So having something that can go in. Snitch scanners, I feel like, should also go in. We'll keep these, though. Keep these. We got Blue Gate Harvester event. Hopefully we'll spawn up by village. I want to try and use our strategy of bringing in other resources that are extremely cheap to farm additional resources that are cheap. And if we can make those as effective. Secret grenades, obviously extremely effective. The only thing I don't like about that wasp driver is how small it is. If you're indoors and you can get a clear shot on it and set it up, I could see that being very powerful. When I threw it for the leaper, I was kind of expecting a larger container, a larger item to hit, you know what I mean? But if you got really good, I guess, at chucking those and shooting them, they could be potentially better than trigger nades, because there's no trigger delay, right? If you put those on like a door on Stella Montis, per se. And instead of having to, you know, throw your trigger nade and then you have to click it right when the door opens and hope they're still in the doorway, you line your shot up and the second the door opens, boom. Hopefully that would do the trick. We're in an arc heavy area. This isn't a bad area to farm. So we might go through here up to village and then potentially hatch out. We'll go up towards Raiders Refuge. Can I stop? I don't know why I'm whiffing so bad. Oh, come on, please. That's fine. Because you know what we're going to do? They're not going to immediately be targeted on us, so we're going to fully reload. This one's going to see us, and then we're going to secret grenade. I'm hitting body, not wings. Well, there's some arc parts. For the cost of 2 seeker grenades. And I need those simple gun parts. Oh, did I not bring enough? Didn't bring enough light ammo, but I guess that you don't have to bring a full stack if you're going to be farming these, huh? Because you'll end up with plenty of light ammo by the end of this. Medium ammo's not bad. And if you wanted to, you could throw a snitch scanner to get these parts to farm. But being that I don't have the blueprints to bring in a ton of these, we're gonna keep pushing. We're gonna leave that alarmed car alone. There is, in fact... let's see. Currently we have... Hornet drivers, really good for stunning. We don't have anything big and explosive enough to kill a bombardier right now. So we'll head upwards. We'll continue just to head up around this.
Let's go to that location.
And into village. If any of these additional, you know, overlooked items can enable a run to work better, where for a very little amount of money you can make significantly more. I mean, something like snitch scanners you can't buy, so it's kind of hard to put a value on. I guess it would be the value you could sell it for, right? If it's worth more than the value you could sell it for by throwing it in a match and farming the parts from it, then it's definitely underrated. Because how many new players are actually bringing out a ton of snitch scanners to farm that way when they could be, especially in an area like this where you are open and for the most part away from a lot of the hotter areas? And we know there's players up there. We unfortunately don't have the noisemakers I want, but we do have blaze grenade traps, so we can trap up whatever building we're going to loot in and disarm on the way out. I was just going to say... Okay, he just seems to be going about his business. And he already hit this. Guaranteed they didn't hit every house, though. Pharmacia. Another good spot for medical supplies. People don't always loot the shelves. Come on. Yeah, he did. He hit top floor. Left a lot of basics, though. If nothing else, we'll take basics. Metal parts. I need a better source of springs. Art parts, we can do our current strategy. And house out wide. Now, how might we... Oh, you can definitely get up there. There's a suitcase up there. Talk about underrated spots, too. It is not a lootable suitcase, though. There's another spot I like to hit going further up this way. I want to see consistently, if we were to run into that one spot, what we get for loot. Ooh, patrol car key. I actually know where that is. I'd rather have to craft another Raider hatch key, you know what I mean? That's a really interesting key. That's a good key for solos. A lot of people aren't doing that as well, so we can do that one too. Spring cushion we needed. I need springs pretty badly. Mod components. I have a ton of plastic at home. One more floor. So already these are improving the amount that we're running. Some of them we've been able to use PvP as well. Some of them we haven't. Always good to catch ledges. So broken. Yeah, we'll take that. Fully unlooted. Almost got a full stack of adrenaline we can just bring with us. I don't know that I need duct tape currently, but suitcase. That's pretty good. Prioritizing our loot. I do have mushrooms. I don't need them yet, but I know I will. If you guys have a particular order that you prioritize your loot in, let me know. Do you prefer to pick up and keep things that you're going to need for upgrading over other stuff? You son of a... Where'd you go? Or you stupid golf ball. I would prefer these over... See, typically I would try and drop like the gas grenades or something. It would be my go-to move, honestly. Over the stims, there's a lucky rubber duck. There's people fighting. Sounds like each other. These might have to be runs we do with a looting Mark II. Something that keeps our runs fairly cheap, but not to the point where we can't carry as many. But again, with the tactical augment, I wanted more things I could carry in the back pocket of it. The back left, not the back right, you know? We're just gonna top off our health. There's another spot we'll get to up here. And someone was fighting Ark up here, but I can guarantee you that this one spot won't be looted. Now see, if we wanted to, we could still throw the snitch scanners. There's this right here. Every time, it is never open. Wires will take over chemicals. Yeah, those can stay for now. We've got an okay amount of resources, just not a crazy amount. But I've been crafting things to bring out, not to just upgrade senselessly. But we should be pretty economically friendly right now. We're gonna try and go up and go into here. But before we go in, we're gonna swap some things around. So for example, Hornet Driver will be fine, Lure Grenade will be okay, but we're gonna swap this in and these probably. But I can't see us using a snitch scanner indoors. I'll just run while we do this. No way it's not looted. No way. I jumped off right there. If you're going up, you can catch the ledges. I guess not if you're going down. Oh, this is rough. We're gonna try and hit a nice little spot here and then get out using the stuff that we have. We have that patrol car key as well. This has already been hit, so we can kind of expect everything else to be hit as well. Put this here. We'll disarm it when we go out. But as of right here, we can look through everything that they left behind. Explosive compound might be worth more than the Arc steel. The fact that they're talking in proc chat makes me think that they're probably friendlies. Broken taser over Arc alloy for sure. Shotgun choke one. Yeah, you can't really salvage anything out of it. Sensors? Over wires? Yeah, we salvage these into wires, we take this for sensor. Oop. I don't think I took it. I didn't. I'm hoping they left something good. All the explosive compound. And then we'll take this down as we go. We're just gonna reach from here. I want to find that patrol car. That patrol car is typically down in this garage. It's one of the like military vehicles that has a light on the back of it. There is still a bastion in here. This might be somewhere where this comes in handy. We don't want to trigger that bastion. We've got 16 minutes left. I think we might have plenty of time to do this. I hope we have plenty of time to do this anyways. Did I whiff? I'm hitting them for sure. A seeker grenade might actually take this thing out. We'll do a full reload. Because if somebody runs up behind us, we don't want to get stuck on this. Fireball burners can also be underrated. I wish there was a fireball burner trap. We're just looking for a military vehicle that might have a light on the back. Yep, right here. Patrol car key. Damaged heatsink, and what we get? A Berletta is kind of sad. Then a medium mag 1 instead of frying pan. Those can be hit or miss. I don't think we have anything so crazy that it's worth using the hatch key for. Oh, come on. Well, we're out of heavy ammo. Which means we could start relying more on utility. I don't know if we want to try and explore what we have to get out stealthily. All we got left is the Stitcher. And our Stitcher is not silenced as of right now. We could put the silencer on it. I'm gonna try and get out upstairs here. So it looks like there's a sentinel up top there. Ooh, trash containers also typically pretty good. Shotgun ammo, I suppose. No, those are opened. I was gonna say, if those lockers weren't opened, also a very good spot. We're not worried about that sentinel. Heal ourselves up just a little bit. Oh, no. Yep, okay. I believe...
Let's head home at the warehouse air shaft.
2 minutes might just be enough. I hear some big arc. This is where stims do come in handy when you need to make a fast extract. Anything good for us? More light ammo, more simple gun parts, and a wasp driver. Minute 20. We can deal with this. That sucks. Is that going to stop us from hitting it? 52 seconds. Bob and weave. Bob and weave. We can hit it. It don't know I'm here. That's immaculate. That one stun actually worked pretty well. I wasn't sure if the wasp drivers were fixed. Maybe they just don't work against larger enemies. But there's so many clips of them not working on like a Bastion or a Rocketeer.
Safe window is closing.
But I mean, look at our inventory. We've got so much like
I repeat, 10
useful little stuff.
Magnetic dampers engaged. Temperature dropping.
And then we just book it. We're good. We made that out with seconds to spare. I'll take it. How do we get more of those noisemakers? I mean, still we're lacking on speaker components. Those noisemakers in a building, I want to get a bunch of those. It sucks that you can only buy a few of them. Because lure grenades just aren't as good, right? Lure grenades, yeah, they make noise. But it's just not the same. And we did get another stack of those wasp drivers. I might continue to bring those in place of Showstoppers. They're cheap and reliable to farm. They're a good single target stun. They're not AoE. If you have to throw them point blank, it's really not that bad. It's not like throwing a Showstopper point blank where you're going to end up stunning yourself along with whatever you were trying to stun. But is it usable against players? I don't know. Wasp drivers, I'm going to say at least a little underrated. Or sorry, Hornet drivers. Wasp drivers, unsure. We want to try those out on something. I wonder how many it would take to kill like a Bastion or a Leaper. Mod components was good. This was good. We did get a spring cushion. Oh, that's so good. We're really just component looting mostly. The sensors to make more hatch keys, super valuable. Broken taser should be a pretty good breakdown. 2 batteries, 2 wires. Snitch scanners and lure grenades. Yeah, we can make some plays with that for sure. I don't know why this was what went to my other pocket, but sure. I'm willing to bet I have an insane amount of wires. Like a crazy person. Yeah, okay. I don't think I need more than a full row. Rubber parts? Yeah, you can never have enough, right? What do we got for rubber parts? A full row. That's not... Or actually... More than a full row. Would be category. Down to the bottom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're, sitting good on some materials. Metal parts I'm kind of low on, surprisingly. We only need 3 pillows. Pretty good on duct tape and durable cloth and all that. We need springs. Those are plastic. We have plenty of plastic. Just sell what we don't need, I suppose. If we recycle these... We only really need a full row battery. 6,500 is pretty good. Oh, that's way better as metal. We'll keep an extra just because we are using medium shields. And refining those is going to be good. I have so many sensors. So what's stopping me from crafting like 1,000,000 hatch keys? I mean, well, not 1,000,000 literally, but advanced electrical components, which require wires, which we have a ton of, and electrical components, which we don't. But it's probably worth crafting another hatch key. I have 40 sensors now. That's unreal. I don't think I need 40. That's 5K if we do that, or use these for the electrical components as well, but we already have plenty, so I think we just sell those. Try not to hoard any too much of one thing. Unless it's these things, these underrated things. Advanced mechanical's good. What I have been trying to do is, as I'm building up my stash, I want to like repair everything as I go. So like with this, I want to kit it when I can. Or probably save the medium mag too for the Venators. Medium gun parts we need more of. I don't think we quite need to repair that yet. I do need to bring in more heavy ammo. So these are essentially the noisemaker, but you start with this recipe. But a lure grenade trap also lures arc probably a little bit better, I'd assume. I suppose this would be good on something like Delamontis, where there's a lot of shredders. If you wanted a shredder to target people for you, like photoelectric cloak, go buy them. I'm sure this is entirely a build of its own already. A photoelectric cloak and the right perks and some random tools like this, and you could easily make a build that turned arc into your allies to kill players for you. That would be interesting. I mean, still think the gas grenade trap is awesome. Unfortunately, the laser tripwire all players can see. So you really want to set them somewhere where they're going to be forced to run through it. I could see this being really well placed, like a gas grenade trap, if you had a Stellamontis. I think I actually have one. Hold on a second. I do, an archives key, because there's that long hallway where 1 to 2 shredders can spawn. You have fireballs, all sorts of things to deal with. It's minimum 1 shredder spawns, I'm pretty sure. If you were to photoelectric cloak to sneak around that area, and then set down lure grenade traps or noisemakers, would probably be way better. Set around some noisemakers and gas grenade traps. That shredder would take care of any threat for you. And then you loot that room pretty freely. Set a noisemaker even by the door. If you're closing the door to your room, you'll know if they're on the button before they push the button. That is just awesome. I like those noisemakers. They are probably now going to be one of my favorites. Heavy ammo. We'll bring 46 just in case. Snitch scanners. I still want to try this combination because this can be extremely toxic. A couple of snitch scanners, then you just throw a lure grenade. It'd be better to have 2, honestly. I don't think I have anything I can salvage for speakers. No, probably not. I'm trying to think what I could farm pretty easy that would make a good amount of noise. And I say that just because they probably have speaker components if the other item itself is not as useful. And repairing this is arc circuitry. Yeah, we'll just top you up real quick. Grab another stack of bandages and hit the road, or I guess make a couple stacks of bandages. Two stacks of bandages. Where tripwire things are really good is zip lines, where they're kind of forced into it. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere we could take advantage of that, but not really off the top of my head. I do want to farm more speaker components. I can't think where the best place for that might be other than the run that we're already doing. I want to try and put ourselves in some different scenarios where it's not just use these the same way every time. A lure grenade, definitely good to have to get out with. Or good in this strategy with the snitch scanners. And then we have this one as kind of an EMP. This is almost like the never fear the arc again type build. Nothing that these do better than a photoelectric cloak, other than you can throw snitch scanners on players, or... Man, I really want to try the wasp drivers and will explode if shot. If they recycle down into electrical components for more hatch keys. Those I'm going to take for now, just because we'll probably end up finding more just because we have to farm snitch scanners and lure grenades. And then I can use those to craft hatch keys as we go as well. I'm just going to keep running the same thing. What's the looting Mark II give me? Augmented slots for other stuff, but not for these. So we'll go looting Mark II. And we'll take that lure grenade with us. Because now we can, I guess, keep these in here. We have an extra safe pocket. The TAC Mark II, I mean, definitely I'm going to be using that slot probably primarily for either zip lines, depending on the map, if I'm doing a buried city map. Whew. Then that is pretty good to have. Pretty good to have zip lines at least with the TAC Mark II. But having the noisemaker gives us another option that we're not going to feel bad if we lose. That's just free to deploy at any time if you're using TAC Mark II already. Almost drowned myself on my my microphone here. Steph, if you were still here, if you want to ask whatever settings questions you had, I know you had a graphics question. Oh, we're north of village. This is awesome. Same idea. Village is another good place to have the snitch scanners and lure grenade, because if you know there's players in the building, you can pin them down real easy. And I guess if you bring a photoelectric cloak, you don't necessarily need an arc kill weapon. What did I just hear? This is unlooted for now. I mean, new raid, hopefully. Yeah, it is. Coming from inside, or outside to inside. I didn't bring the blaze grenade traps. That's what came out of my inventory that I forgot, isn't it? Because we lost the utility slot. What was that? I doubt they'd be upstairs. Unless they're a maniac and they're just hiding, camping for other players' loot. It is. There's a player next to us. We'll drop down and go into the next. I hear breaching, so he's got to be ground floor as far as I can tell. You never have too much chemicals. Ooh. Blueprints? Nope. Showstoppers. Nothing. Nothing, really. I didn't hear him. I feel like I heard him talk, but I didn't hear him. Like what he said. There's a good amount of players around here. I don't think these containers are considered residential, despite being in a residential area. We're getting a ton of, like, sellables, which is not always the best run, but I guess it's better than nothing. There's another snitch scanner for us. As always, this one over here is a good spot people forget. That's the second one of those we've gotten. I now have 3 of those. If anybody needs a vertical grip 3 blueprint, we've found those in this area quite a few times. That's down. Ooh, we could use a supply drop as bait. What if we use a supply drop as bait? I think that would be pretty good. The shots could come from anywhere. Ooh, I just gotta chill. Like we're being stared at. Use a supply drop as bait and drop some snitch scanners down on it would be kind of vile, huh? Chills. It would help if I was able to see the supply drop. Oh, I don't know if we can get that from there. This isn't bad cover. Reach this real quick, see what we can get out of it, but... have enough wires. Oh my god, there's a rocket. Imagine if we used this snitch scanner and the Rocketeer started getting on him as well when we threw the lure. You also don't want that Rocketeer to see us before there's any kind of plan. Let's go check out what that is. We can get on that roof, it turns out. Oh, if you're not me. I just want to see if we can do this. Is this gonna be our lucky victim? No, you're going the wrong way. No, buddy, this way. There's a supply drop over there. I'm disappointed. There's really nowhere to catch the ledge, but we can do this. Worked better than expected. Man, I just wanted to use those snitch scanners. Trash blueprint right now. No, but just a bag here. Oh, that's worth. You know what? We'll take that instead of these. But I'm willing to bet that this would be looted by now. Four. I can't tell you if it's looted or not. Oh, I can't tell you if it's looted or not, and it isn't. Remote control over accordion is going to be good for springs. Arc synthetic resin is going to be good for chemicals. Bicycle pump I think gives us some, so we'll take it over instead of this. I mean, I'm kind of at a point where I have an alright amount of loot or resources, especially with how low we're running on everything. And there's a hatch up here that it sounds like they might be fighting over. So what if we go scope it out and then hatch? Oh, that's right here. Brutal. Oh, he's at extract. I just threw those on myself. Karma, huh? We'll go this way.
Head home at the cliffside air shaft.
Oh, whoever it is up there. Is whoever that is, are they gonna come down for... He's extracting. Where'd his snitch kill go? We can top up on our snitch scanner count real quick since that first one was a lot farther away from him. I mean, extract camping with it would be toxic. Extract camping in general is toxic. I'm not gonna promote ratting. I'm definitely not making it up there by the time that he extracts. But we are gonna go up this way. If you didn't know you could, now you know. I do think behind this vent is a pretty neat little spot. There's players there. He's just dancing? I mean, I won't throw a snitch canner on this man. Hey, do you have a vertical blueprint 3 yet? Vertical grip?
Bro, I got no blueprints. I got the patina and that's about it. The fucking jolt mine.
Take it.
Oh wow, thank you.
That's the third one I found.
Do you need any bastion cells? You want a bastion cell in return?
Ooh, I'd take a bastion cell. Gotta drop some pasta. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let me drop this.
So you didn't grab the bastion cell.
Oh wait, did I not? Where'd you go? Oh, here you are. We're down in here. He wasn't gonna get a kill anyways. I thought he gave us a bastion cell. I just picked up the first thing he dropped. To be fair, that was the third one of those that I had found, and it saved me a Raider hatch key for that guy being cool, so sure. A lot of sellables. I'm not sure what that run was. It's usually not so many valuables. A lot more resource heavy. Hell yeah, someone just told me I showed up on their feed. That's a good feeling. That's a real good feeling. All right, so we're gonna sell this. Is there anything else? And the pasta. Can't forget the pasta. That's 10K. What the hell? Really weird run. These. Rope we don't have to salvage. Yeah, that's fine. 3 springs. That's what we needed. I don't know what gave me sensors out of that. Corner driver snitch scanner. We do have extra snitch scanners. We can start. Actually, no. Let me grab 3 still. I thought I had a full 3 already. They're in crafting materials for some reason, right? No. I'm not sure what category snitch scanners are in. I just put that in my stash. Come on. Arc parts. No. If I go back in here, it's not there. Why might that be? Miscellaneous? Where the hell did that scanner just go? Huh? Oh, here it is. Put that away. We still only have the 1 lure grenade. I feel like I should bring out a defib if I'm gonna do this to somebody. Do them that dirty. Bring out 1. I doubt we're gonna run into too many teams doing this. But we'll find out. So far, snitch scanner's not as everyday useful. Gas grenades, still good. Lure grenades, still pretty alright. I don't know if I tier list it. Make your cam bigger? Ignore the man behind the moving camera. Oh. Ignore the man behind the moving camera. Is that better? Yeah. What's up, Mr. Digley? OBS decided at noon it wanted to update on its own, so I had to fix all of my settings a couple of times. So far, we've already figured out that one of these very cheap, very gray, very skipped over items is actually kind of really sick to have and players keep falling for it. That would be this right here, the noisemaker. I don't have the blueprint, unfortunately. Let's try and bring in some Raider flares. I don't know if we go with snitch scanners if we're trying to trick players, at least. Gas grenades for
I
sure.
like the company.
Hornet driver, maybe. If we throw a Hornet driver in and stun somebody, they're going to be pretty mad, but we might be able to pull that off. And then we're topped up on heals for the most part. I'm not sure if I want to do that or this. Either way, well, if we're not doing somebody dirty with snitch scanners, we're just going with this again. We need to farm more of the wasp drivers and then more of the fireball grenades. Or blaze grenades, rather. Blaze grenade trap, I do want to keep one with me in case we run into a leaper. Maybe we can use it. I really wish the Hornet drivers were larger so you could shoot them pretty easily, but they're so small, it's just almost impossible to use them. At that point, it's better if you just use like a heavy fuse grenade or a trigger grenade, because it's a button, you can't miss. There's no downside to using a trigger grenade. It's also extremely cheap. Blaze grenade trap should be able to kill a leaper in one, despite the fact it says it only does 50 damage. It burns through them for some god-awful reason. We're gonna run that again. I wonder if we'll get a chance to use the Raider Flare. That's more... If you're pinned and you're hurt, you can typically shoot off a Raider Flare, especially if you're using the TAC Mark II to have the Raider Flare is pretty cool. Because when your shields break, it produces the smoke, and when the smoke goes off and your enemy can't see you, if you were to pop a fake Raider Flare, they're gonna think they downed you and push up to try and find your loot, thinking that you're already gone. I don't know if that tactic is going to be as strong if you're running duos or trios at all, but if you're a solo, that's a pretty good one. If you have enough health at the very least that they can't that they can't finish you off in one shot. But something like an El Toro in a smoke grenade with the Raider Flare having gone off, you know what I mean? They're going to push into that smoke, she'll loot your body or finish you, thinking that they've already killed you, and then you're going to hit them in the face with a shotgun. This is a great spot to be in. Likely PvP encounter, however. It's always nice to get a good spawn. Now see, we can take that snitch scanner. Even though we put our snitch scanners away, if we had to use one, we could. And we might be taking this out right here. Yep. Oh, I whiffed. There we go. And that's on top for us on the way down. Here is a really good place for us to get speaker components for lure grenades, which is amazing. I'm assuming the speaker is also used... No, it can't be used for the noisemaker, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be a white thing. It's got to just be like metal components or something. Maybe metal components in an arc cell or something like that. I would love to get the blueprint for it. I need to figure out where that blueprint specifically spawns. This is probably my favorite way to get in and up here. They didn't even see us. There's all of these that you can loot. If there's any speakers on the back, there is a grenade tube here. Let's see if we get lucky with anything. Light impacts and little smokes. Little smokes, I'm also going to say, very underrated. And in the back of each of these, if it's covered like this, looks like yellow light blueprint. More sensors. A lot of people go to Stella Montes for this many sensors and electrical components, and you can farm them all right here. Careful of the giant hole in the floor. We're gonna go down from here and hope that we get some good loot to spawn. It doesn't look like anything really spawned up here. Something like the blaze grenade trap, you could set sideways here, just to showcase. If you were to set it like right here, people are gonna kind of get thrown into it. Oh, it won't let you, huh? Right here. Because when they come up that zip line, they're not gonna see it until they're already in it. He's right there. Underneath. What do we have? What can we showcase here? Out of our underrated tool set. Light impact grenades, gas grenades, Raider flare would be cool. We're gonna take this. He stopped when he heard us. You cool? Ah, word. I saw him open the door, no gun. I'm kind of shocked. I'm just gonna be cautious anyways. Processors, batteries. This should be a good place to get speaker components, and it's really proving randomly difficult. We're gonna do it from this way. Processors, fried motherboard. Again, no speaker components, right? Slowly collecting all of the light blueprints. They're just chemicals. You might as well use them, right? Chance for speaker components. We get batteries. Damaged heatsink. I don't know why these are proven to be so difficult to find. I mean, I typically find them everywhere. They don't want me to have them. That's the guy that was out there. From here, if we're looking for technology, we're gonna go down here and try and find speaker components. I'll show you guys another little spot. There we go. It's down. Oh, there's a surveyor vault here. Light impact grenades to take out the surveyor. That's what we're going to use these for. We don't want to lose this surveyor to that other team up there. Raider code, if you killed it, it's yours. Somebody else gets... It's already smoking. Oh, come on. It's just staring at me. Oh, that was rude. Damn, is it mocking me? This is what you get for mocking me. Give me some surveyor cores. Come on, surveyor vaults. Oh, I'll take the arc alloy just cause. We can refine everything we get from this into arc circuitry. Honestly, with a couple more light impact grenades, that could have been a really good way to take out a surveyor. I want to know how many it takes now. I already have the yellow light blueprint, so I'm not too worried about that. And the rest of it was over here. So many arc motion cores. really good mechanical parts out of this. I think that's probably the most I've gotten out of a single surveyor, and 2 surveyor vaults is really crazy as well. Still no speaker components. Maybe? No. Still no. Speaker components? Alright, we're gonna continue down to abandoned housing project, I guess. We're right here anyways, yeah? Well, somebody was fighting down this way, right? So they probably would have looted this. Compared to, like, warehouse where somebody extracted. We don't know if they looted it first, but I'm willing to bet they didn't loot one part of my spot down there. There's some stuff I never see anybody loot because it takes more than 1 second to get to, and people are trying to loot so fast they skip over spots all the time.
Razor flare.
We don't need any more Wasp drivers. We need Hornet drivers. Honestly, a snitch wouldn't be the worst thing to find. So these are the same kind of ones that are up on tower. But oftentimes, there's rows of smaller ones that can spawn, and if you just go up, usually one of these will be lootable. Over here, perhaps? No, they weren't hit, they just didn't spawn as lootable. Oh, but still found something. It's like top floor of warehouse. People just seem to skip right past. That heavy ammo helps. And you could either go out that way, or you could go up. I'm willing to bet the developers have spots that no player has found yet, where it's just this masterful parkour challenge, like Destiny 2 style. You also get chances for blue locker spawns here, which are really good. That's really good. This is really good. I want these over... We have plenty of wires, and I want this over the extra 4 arc alloy. A full stack is enough. This isn't enough loot for, like, trios, but if you had just, like, a duo or something, it could be. I'm just realizing we didn't even need to do that. Let's do this. There's a snitch above us. Springs. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, that's a little more difficult. If we had Seeker Grenades, this would be a 3-second task to get a ton of Wasp parts. But I really want Hornet parts, not Wasps. No way they heard me. One shot with an anvil. Careful that Rocketeer. I can see the shadow of that Wasp right there. Back thruster is equally as vulnerable. Gas grenade. Smoke bomb, I'm out. Those little smokes can be funny to do. If you pay attention to the quest rewards that you get, they do try and push some of these things on you, like a stack of small smokes, probably because they're more effective indoors than outdoors if you just need to choke up a doorway. They call that their ninja build. Their, what did they call the other one? The Arc Hunter was like wolf packs, attack mark II, some other things. But they give you these little bundles of rewards that they call things, and it's because they're trying to suggest these builds to you, and usually they're not too bad. I mean, they're pretty capable builds. Obviously, any build hunting arc with 2 wolf packs is going to be effective, but something like the ninja build that has 5 little smokes, a looting mark II, it's fast, light on its feet, whatever, can be surprisingly effective. Real good mechanical components this round around. I'm not going to sell those off just yet. These, however, voltage converters as well. We're going to recycle all of these. And this, because we have plenty of arc alloy. Just sell that. Why not? Put this with our extra blueprints that we can just give away to strangers. I have an extra patina blueprint. If anybody needs a blueprint for a patina, we're still going to take these in. We do have a little smoke. What does a little smoke cost to actually craft? It's got to be nothing, right? Just chemicals, I'd assume. Utility? Yeah, utility. 5 chemicals, 1 plastic. What if we rock a stack of those? We'll see how good these are compared to how expensive these can be, because they're 14 chemicals in a canister. I do have a ton of canisters for that reason, though. They're not a particularly hard thing to farm, especially if you're breaking things down, so these would have to significantly outperform, considering that you can have a 5 stack of both, but these go on for longer and have a much bigger radius. It's 6 seconds, 2.5 meters. That's, again, enough for like a door or maybe backing up. It's not enough to smoke out an entire area and stop yourself from dying like the big smokes are. But they're significantly cheaper in the fact that it's 1 plastic, 5 chemicals. It's a third of the chemicals and 1 plastic instead of 1 canister. If you recycled your canisters down, if I went into my stash and recycled down all of my canisters, how much am I actually saving? I'm assuming it'd be metal parts. But let's scroll down. If we went and hit recycle, or sold them for 20k, it's plastic parts. So it's, what's a single canister? A single canister is 3 plastic, so you can make 3 for the price of 1. Quite literally, because it's 3 times the amount of chemicals minus 1, and then 3 times the amount of plastic parts for a canister. So it's like, but they are 3 times effective, so I can't really say the small smokes. I mean, unless you need them in a pinch. Raider flares, I still want to try some tactics with. Snitch scanners, we talked about throwing them at players and then throwing a lure grenade in, but if you just want to farm, I forget if we put away our snitch scanners. We must have, yep, right here. Now, if we bring out snitch scanners just to farm, is it going to be worth it? Because these 3 sell for 6k. So if we can get more than 6k value off of 3 snitch scanners, also probably underrated for farming, because you can just call enemies to your location or an enemy location, and it's like, if you spawn in with the intention of farming arc parts, that's probably a really great way to get as many as you need in one location without sprinting all around the map. But let's say you have a particular area you want to do that, like that old battlefield area that's really good, has a lot of cover, you can move around it and take shots pretty freely. While you're running across the map to get there, if you encounter players in a building sniping at you, throwing a couple snitch scanners, I mean, the snitches will keep them out, or the wasps that it summons will keep them out of the windows because they will fly down in the view of the window, especially if you throw a lure grenade on them. So it's a good way to stop people from taking pot shots. How effective it would be against sweatier players who are going to take them down pretty quick depends on how many you throw, presumably. And there's a chance for it to backfire. If they just wait for the wasp to de-aggro and then the wasps aggro on you, you now have to fight the wasps, which, depending on your capabilities, may not be the easiest thing for you. I need to top up my bandages before I go in without enough. And we'll top off that shield charger. Always repair if it's a light shield because it's just plastic. I have so much plastic. We're not quite down to halfway yet. I do need to bring in more heavy ammo for these arc. We'll bring in the full amount we have here. And keep a blaze grenade trap with us as well. In the back pocket, of course. If we know we're going into a building, pretty useful to have. Zip lines especially, you only really need to guard the floor you're on. I still like the noisemaker better for that. I mean, a zip line, it's nice with a trap, a tripwire trap. There's a few variants, obviously. Nothing that's going to be particularly more useful than, I guess, a lure grenade trap in a pinch. But you still need a speaker for a lure grenade, where I'm assuming it's a speaker or less for the noisemaker. This is your ghetto noisemaker. It's a lot more detectable because it both beeps and has a red light they have to trip to tell you where they are. But I mean, if they're not looking out for it, I could see if they made the laser on traps a lot more difficult to see and even added an interaction, like you have to use smoke to see them easy. You know what I mean? Like if it maybe you can hear it so you know there's a tripwire and you have to use smoke to find it, then that makes those little smokes way more valuable. Because at the rate that you'd be dispensing those, trying to avoid traps in buildings, I mean, you wouldn't want to have that many canisters. That's just so much extra farming and makes the actual smoke grenades more valuable in combat and the little smokes more valuable to carry for non-combat or for, I mean, survival purposes as opposed to evac or covering a fight and rezzing a teammate. That would be a cool addition to see. Whether or not Embark will, it's going to depend. I don't know if they have a suggestion box, but if they do, I think that would be very cool to see. We're going to take just those. I still have yet to use those gas grenades. We used one in that fight with that guy who tried to smoke us out because it's super useful for seeing if he's pushing up through his own smoke. But not as many people are running smoke grenades. I mean, we kind of are. Maybe we pop our own smoke first and then swap that in. In that case, I always try and keep this here so I can fast swap. If you need it, you just tap, swap, tap, tap, swap, tap. And that way it's a little easier in menu for you if you're going to carry more and don't use attack. Or a combat would give us an extra grenade slot. This counts as utility though, so this would work on attack. Where we would just put it in our augmented slot for utility. They need to make it more clear what goes into certain slots. Obviously, if I have a slot and I click it, I can see that. But if you're in a match reshuffling your inventory, it is every single one that has this icon, but it can also be traps like the blaze grenade trap, despite the fact the icon is different. And it's considered a mine, I believe. I don't know if it's considered a mine as well, because it's the same as the mines. If I go to the explosive station, or not explosives, yeah, explosive station will have some. It's like this is considered a mine. These are mines. But when it comes to traps, there's also... Oh, it's not in here. Where can we find it?
Hey,
Like the
got
noisemaker. The noisemaker can be put in that slot. It's not a trap. It's not utility. The zipline can be. It is the same icon, which makes sense. But something like an explosive trap, which shares the same icon as the rest of these, does not go in there. If we go to... I think I have that blueprint for explosive mine. Oh, yeah, we looked at it already. The explosive mine will not go into that utility slot, despite the fact it shares the same thing. Different from these and the noisemaker itself, which has a third icon that we don't necessarily have a slot for or special augment for. Even just having an augment that could put those down, being that they're so cheap, the noisemakers would be unreal. We did not quite... I mean, we can't craft hatch keys in round now, which is pretty sick. We're gonna go in like this again. Bring the snitch scanners, farm some more parts. I would love to see more simple gun parts. I don't think they drop as frequently from wasps, but I guess we're about to find that out. If we go to Blue Gate, see where we are again. Man, I need that blueprint. Barricades, again, I won't say they're underrated. Jolt mines obviously are used more frequently, but they're significantly more expensive than if you were to buy a noisemaker. If I go to Grenades and Gadgets, noisemaker is $19.20, and a jolt mine is $25.50. I'm trying to think of the parts for a jolt mine. Do I have? We can check after the fact. But it's like, that's a much cheaper alternative, and especially if you're not sitting there waiting for them to be stunned, all you're doing is listening for the noise. And you can leave that set up. If they don't destroy it, it'll just keep going off to let you know, hey, they're still on the stairs. Not boom, hey, there's somebody over by the stairs that might be moving now because that they're stunned. Ooh. First noise I hear is a triggered wasp. I'm assuming that means there's somebody outside. Oh, there's a Rocketeer out there. I would love to see a way to angle this towards the door. Like the trap towards the door. Only got one locker. Salvage over parts in-game always. We're just gonna watch this door while we breach. Might as well take him if we're not carrying anything else. That's the whole premise, right? So if we look at what we can craft in round now, we can craft herbal bandages, which is really nice. We can craft flame spray. I wonder... Air freshener and fireball burner. That's one we're going to need to test out. Temporarily increases stamina regeneration at a small initial cost to health. Moderately increases both health and stamina. Why is nobody using these? Apricots, lemon, and prickly pear are hard to get, I understand. But what if we farm some of those up? There's gonna be players directly above us. I got you, homie. I'll help you out. Hornet driver, pretty good to have. Again, really good to have on hand. We probably don't need to trick this guy into thinking that the raiders... With the raider flare? There's another guy running up from our backside. What's up, buddy? Were you the one that I was just helping? Oh, you weren't, so somebody else was just here. I was trying to help him out. Alright, good luck. We want Hornet scanners, or Hornets, because they have simple gun parts and light ammo. Wasps do drop those. Where's a good place to fight this another Arc Surveyor? No way I one-shot it. Fly up, come on. You're gonna try. Lucky shot, but okay. Simple gun parts, please. Guy's still hanging around us. And the surveyor's over here. We do have a Hornet driver to stun this. We want to try and get close enough to throw these. These are so difficult to shoot. How much damage did it do? Hey buddy, that hurt. We can search these and then chase down the rest. Or do this. If it's gonna come back and be a free kill, we might as well, right? Someone over at Extract, hopefully they're not just gonna snipe at us. So they also don't blow each other up. And I guess it does add to the utility that when you destroy them, you can then still pick them up and recycle them. Surveyors are just very good farming. They're usually not gonna draw too many people if you kill them quickly. We need these over seeds, I suppose. And we need seeds over a single adrenaline. Surveyor core, finally, or Surveyor vault, rather, finally. But we can recycle these for 1 arc alloy in-game or more than 1 arc alloy out of game. Mechanical components we really need. If you're solo running these, I mean, the loot is significantly better just because you don't have to share all these mechanical components with a whole team, but most people aren't going to compete with you over... No, we kind of need those. I mean, more than we need arc motion cores. They're used for wolf packs and magnetic accelerators, so they are a good idea to stock up on if you have recipes for more expensive things like the wolf pack or second surveyor vault, also really good. We can pop this in here. Let's go back and maybe grab another one. 5 mechanical components out of that. What was it, this one? Yeah. And that's craftable in your refiner. Arc alloy on the ground. We can even just go back to the extract, farm a couple more wasps for simple gun parts using these snitch scanners. Wasp driver, pretty F tier. Pretty F tier if you ask me. I mean, the fact that only one of them exploded and exposed a panel, I mean, that's pretty good. But again, it's more difficult to get than, say, something like light impact grenades. We can just go one at a time. This guy was in here, but he didn't breach this. I guess it also makes sense that you could use these to cover yourself as well. Kill them when they're close to the ground. If they hit, they die. That's a good clip. If you aim just underneath, you can still blow their armor. Is it dead? Yep. We want this one to come closer. I don't want to go far for this. It died anyways? Okay. There we go. So now we got all these, and that was just one to farm. For some reason that the rest of them had just respawned, but I suppose you don't need them if that's the case. Hornet driver, again, very good. Over the Wasp drivers, which are probably just recycling material. We can drop those for this. Then we killed another one farther back, right? Is that it? This is where the one that fell died. We haven't even been in this round that long, and already we've got 5 mechanical components, 6 simple gun parts. Using these for farming, really good application. There may be better ways to farm. I mean, let's throw another snitch scanner. And we can just get right back upstairs and do it again. I'm cool, I'm just farming wasp parts.
Hey, buddy.
I have some snitch scanners if you want to farm some wasp parts with me.
Yeah, sure. I'll farm with you.
Word. I'm full up on wasp drivers. I don't think they're that valuable, but I'm trying to farm light gun parts. It seems like only the Hornets have them every time.
Yeah, what are you trying to farm?
Simple gun parts. The wasps, it seems like they only have them sometimes, but the Hornets have them every time you kill them, so. I was hoping the snitch scanners would spawn Hornets, but I guess they only spawn the wasps. Oh, word.
Take that one.
Thank you, dude.
Plenty, so, yeah, for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna throw another snitch scanner.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Real cool. We're pretending to whiff. Damn, that dude does have an aim on him though. They should be respawning. If you, I wonder how many respawns you could get. Word. I mean, go right ahead. Arc resin and some wasp drivers. This was the other one, I believe. Yeah, word. That's gonna do it for me. I just needed to farm those, but I'm gonna be out of here. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll roll out. Thank you, sir.
That's cool. We've been getting some cool interaction. I feel like this game has a streamer client. Just so you guys know, a streamer client is not real. There have been moments where developers will personally make visits to streamers. I mean, there's the... Oh god, was it Asmongold? I want to say it was Asmongold getting out of bounds on World of Warcraft, which was spectacular. If you haven't seen that, the devs literally show up because they found it by accident. They weren't trying to cheat or hack or anything. And they get out of bounds, they start seeing how far they can go, and they're like, we're almost all the way to this other place. And the devs showed up, invisible, started killing people, and Asmongold's like, yeah, show yourself, devs. I don't know if it's Asmongold as I say that, though.
Alright. GG's, buddy.
Yeah, good run. Appreciate it. And then there's also, God, I can't remember. It's the Backrooms. The dev of the Backrooms, if you've ever seen them, has put so many extra files in the game. I mean, if you're conscientious about your storage space, you could be mad at that. But once you see how he's using his devly powers, it's... I love a good game dev. When the game devs participate in the game with the players, it's so much of a better experience. I mean, I love Path of Exile for the fact that while the developers do play the game and learn from the players on how to play their own game, which is impressive, it's a constant battle between developers and players to see who can kind of break the game versus fix it faster. I had one more snitch scanner there. I do want to keep these Hornet drivers on me. These are really good farming. I wonder if we add this to like a farming strategies. I have yet to use the deployable Raider Flare. If we're going to keep farming this way, I mean... No, we're going to keep those. We'll give these another try. On a Surveyor, it was okay, but it's like they're such a tiny target. I wonder if you threw these and then a grenade that would like hit all of them, if it would work. Like these plus a simple impact grenade. Cool, there we go. And now we have this. This is not the best. We're going to start increasing carrying capacity. While under a healing effect, stamina regeneration is increased. That's really good. Stamina regeneration is less affected by being over encumbered. Also really good if you're carrying too much, but is it better to get more to carry and then this and then these to hit security breach? Probably. Somebody, the gaming merchant specifically tested this perk out and said that it was not really anything. Or not the gaming merchant, it was... Oh my god, whose video was that? Remember. I would say we got more than 6k in value. We should check, huh? We got 10 simple gun parts, which, I mean, very valuable to use, but what are they worth currency-wise? It would be cool to see the devs in this game, since there's not a trading economy. They did have, initially... A full stack is 3,300. And then we got Wasp drivers. We could have taken more. It was 3,000 already, so we're 300 over. Plus we got some light ammo. We got 6 of these, which is another 1,500. So we're 1,800 positive, but these are more valuable crafting materials, and per snitch scanner, they're definitely really good to have. I would say they're underrated. I would say that the snitch scanners are underrated because you can use them for offense if you set it up right, but without being a rat, that's kind of hard to do, and we are very anti-rat here. It's pretty good. The wasp, if it summoned wasps consistently, I wish it would summon all 3. It might be a little too overpowered then, because then if you were to use that and a lure grenade, it's a lot worse. But if, let's say you're just carrying a lure grenade and you find a pack of flying wasps, it's usually 2 wasps and a hornet anyways, or when you get seen by a snitch, I keep calling them seekers. When you get seen by a snitch, it's usually 2 wasps and a hornet anyways. The snitch scanner only summons 2 wasps when you do that, but the fact that you can farm them for simple gun parts is really spectacular. A good way to conserve these is going to be to repair things before you upgrade them. So again, I'm trying to do my inventory over here. So this being, no, that's still fine. This is already maxed out. If I needed to repair this right now, it is 1 advanced mechanical component and 1 medium gun part, versus if I were to upgrade this, I don't have the second. You know what? We can use that as well to prove the point. We'll refine a medium gun part. I don't want to waste all my simples. But if I were to repair this before upgrading it, it would be 1 advanced mechanical component, 1 medium gun part. But if I upgrade this, it doesn't restore to 100%. And now instead of 1 advanced mechanical and 1 medium gun part, it would be... Oh, I have to go back to the menu. And then repair. Instead of being 1 advanced mechanical component and 1 medium gun part, it would now be 2. So if you're going to be upgrading and repairing something, repair it before you upgrade, and you'll conserve a lot more of your gun parts and components. That is something I have kind of learned the hard way. I don't know what this is going to take to repair. Surprisingly similar as a shotgun to the Renegade. And then we have the mod components for our Mach 2 silencer. I do try to set these up. For the medium mag level 1? No, where did I put the medium mag level 2? On the Venator, that's right. I have a medium mag 1 for this. I guess it doesn't particularly need more than that. You do want a basic stock on it at least. A green stock would be better. I think a padded stock might be overkill. Stashing these. We have a ton of arc alloy. If we recycle these, that's a ton of metal parts. Being that it's 30 metal parts as well, especially if you're running low on metal because you're crafting mechanical components and advanced mechanical components, that could also make these snitch drivers worth more. And I haven't had to use basically anything yet, really, other than some ammo. Yeah, we'll bring in 60 again. Heavy ammo, unlike light and medium, is a lot more difficult to find. I don't even know if I bring this. Let's just do this so we have more space to loot these. As an arc farming run, it kind of works, right? And then surveyor vaults, advanced mechanical. Oh! I thought surveyor vaults gave you advanced mechanicals. Either way, I need the mechanical components, because I need advanced mechanical components, but I don't know. Am I the only one that upgrades guns? How do I say this? Am I the only one that upgrades their guns when they feel like their gun has earned its keep? Once this gun has generated enough value, I will upgrade it to 4, but it needs to generate 4 mechanical components and a heavy gun part. And heavy gun parts, I guess it could do in one run, because how many is a heavy gun part? If you have the blueprints, I think they're all 4, right? Yeah, this is so crazy. Because if you were to find these in the wild and break them down, they're all worth different values of simple gun parts. Not quite 4, but if you needed them, we would need another. Yeah, so this could earn its keep to Anvil 4, I'd say, in one run. So you know what? I will upgrade it now, but typically I like to wait on whatever my arc hunting gun is. Which one's my expensive Bobcat? This one. That is my first ever Bobcat 4. I guess we have to sort by value to make it pretty. I was going to rock an extended barrel on this, but this stock here kind of kills it. I guess you'd want it to be... What's a padded stock? What does it take for a padded stock? Reduced dispersion, reduced recoil, both recovery time. If you were running this as a primary, I'd probably suggest this. To sum up what dispersion time is, if you change your crosshair to whatever custom crosshair you want, when you fire, you'll notice, especially if you're using a circle or a crosshair like the standard 4-line crosshair, it will expand when you're shooting and contract when you're not, because the spread is increasing as you fire. You become less accurate. There's even a loading screen in the game, if you read your loading screens, that says stray shots are a sign of a trigger held too long, I believe it says. But with the reduced dispersion time, if you stop firing, it'll come back down and shrink, so you can resume firing insanely accurately. So reduced dispersion is really good, especially on... Like that padded stock, I think would be ideal for a Renegade. Because if you use it on a Renegade and you're popping shots, it's a lot better. The silencer too, I just like... I don't think there's a necessary need for a silencer 3, maybe even for a silencer 2, but the higher the level of the silencer, the quieter it's going to be. Again, we don't know if there's too much of a difference when it comes to proximity-based audio of audio effects as opposed to vocals, because obviously vocals, you could be 10 feet away from someone, and if they're behind a wall, the audio does have a system where it kind of plays on that. I would like to test the volume difference for another player. If I were to find a breach in, say, practice range, I'm sure there's a breach somewhere, but if you were to test the volume of a breach in there with a player standing X amount of meters away from you, how loud it would be to them versus if you increased your perks in that skill. I'm going to bring out this snitch scanner again. We're going to not go out with a Bobcat. Holy poo. We'll go out like this again. Top off our shield rechargers. Top off our bandages. We do have a Raider Flare. I've yet to find a use for it. And I think we put this in place of these, and then we swap these accordingly. Gas grenade, that's going to be a more PvP counter, and being that our lobbies aren't seeming that way and we're just going to be farming for the next little bit, I'm going to do a Raider Flare and this. It'd be cool if you could trick Arc with Raider Flares. Like, lore accurately, Arc can be very vigilant, and especially on late night, or especially on night raids and electromagnetic storms, they are more vigilant than in typical raids. It'll even tell you that in game. They'll spot you a little bit easier. It almost seems to me like they know where you are and start looking for you a little closer. But yeah, if the Raider Flare could trick the Arc, that'd be another thing. You can make plays. We're gonna have to do a PvP run to see if that really works for us. Attack Mark II with a Raider Flare, and you pop the Raider Flare in the smoke, and they're gonna push up on you, and then you El Toro them in the face. I think is the move. Oh, we could go the good cut. I do want the hiker backpack. I like the hiker backpack. And then we still have 73 left. Attack Mark III healing. That's so few spots, but you're taking up less for the extra heal spots, because you just put your 3 standard heals in here and then everything else in the regular, and then 3 safe pockets. Yeah, we'll take this. Then 130 more to unlock that. I want this backpack, but I want this backpack in gold, and I don't think you can get it in gold. How do you get the archaeologist backpack in gold? Because now I'm going to be curious. Maintain at least tryhard 1. If you're rocking the that gold goalie skin still, I think that's pretty cool. Really great matching backpack because it's bright yellow. And the glow on it. I mean, you're already wearing a bright skin. You're not going to care about the lights. We're going to swap our style up a little bit. I think that fits pretty well. Headgear off. Scarf is going to be on. Pauldron's off. We're just going to go solid green with the bananas. Your skin matters, right? It's like there are skins that people assume are immediately going to be PvP on site. Let me know what this one says. If you have an idea of what this says. We're going to keep rocking the little smokes. I mean, we haven't had to use them yet, but we might. We might have to. I gotta give props to the audio team in this game. There are so many times when I'm listening in my headphones and I'm like, something sounds like it's happening in my house, or something sounds like a voice of a player nearby in proximity chat, and it's just the soundscape being made so like accurate to real life. Okay, we are spawning, I believe. Ooh. Where's our map? Why is my keybind for my map not working? My computer just shit the bed. Settings. Nope. Controls. Unarmed melee, next. Why can't I pull up the map? Oh, it loaded us into practice range. That's why I won't load in the map. I was confused for a minute. I thought we were north side of Blue Gate. A lot of bots on Restream. I guess bots aren't entirely a bad thing to have. It's free real estate, right? Okay, let's fix this. Back into Blue Gate. Hatch key. We have traps. We have wasp drivers. If we see... What's one impact grenade going to cost us? How cheap are they? These are very cheap. If we need just a cheap grenade, let's pop these away, and we'll bring out more wasp killing material, or arc killing material. Because if we find an arc surveyor, I'm wondering if we just dump into it, and this is maybe a little more resource heavy, a wasp driver, or not wasp driver. Yeah, 3 wasp drivers are the ones that explode. A hornet driver to stun it first, then throw these, and then hit it with a light impact grenade if it will set off the wasp drivers as well and make those explode. Because if you can throw those and then set them all off at one time, but it seems like we had to shoot them individually, because after shooting the one, which did a great job, surprisingly, of just one going off, of peeling off the surveyor's armor, then it's still very... It's iffy. If we can set them all off at the same time, I feel like that could be an insta-kill on surveyors, and that would be really cool tech. I'm gonna have to remember when I go through and edit this, when I'm seeing the sections that I'm trying to use with the chat log. Oh, we're by scrapyard for sure, yeah. We need to get to somewhere with an arc surveyor, if there is somewhere. This is also a spectacular spot to be farming parts. Nothing under here today. Nothing under here today. Watch, this will be the one PvP heavy round. Excuse me. Conserving stamina. Let's try and get some stuff. I don't think we can get speaker components from cars, but we might be able to. It's not like we don't need other resources ever, so... Once we've gone over the uses pretty thoroughly, I will try a PvP run with some of this stuff. I wish I had a noisemaker blueprint to fully do a run on this, but maybe that's something I'm gonna have to revisit. Maybe we do a part 1 PvE and part 2 PvP type thing. Good area to farm snitch scanners, though. He went that way. We're good. Yo! Do you see any snitches around here? I gotta farm snitch scanners. Okay, bye, love you. Some players are just so unnerved when you walk up to them at all. Ooh, that's a player's shield breaking. Are we in a PvP lobby? They're not looting their arc. They must be gooped up. I mean, Lord knows what they're leaving behind. I didn't bring defibs, did I? No. Maybe we move from this area. I want that snitch before it gets over to him. Of course, now I can hit my shots instead of whiffing them all, right? He's right over there. We're fine with that. You can have that. We don't want to go up there. Someone's absolutely murdering people. I do need more of these. Anytime I run by these, it's a good time to stop. I need to grab them every time. I go through so many bandages, and I like to run the herbals, but they get expensive. Hello.
Peace be with you.
Hey, did you guys see snitches around this area?
Any what?
Snitches. I gotta farm snitch scanners.
Back up, back on the other side of the bridge, there was one.
Yeah, I got that one. I'm trying to find a few of them.
Oh, okay, that was.
Oh. Who just shot?
Somebody being attacked here.
The interesting lobby. You shoot me first and it's on. I don't care if I only got an anvil. Because what else I got is snitch scanners. Oh, or I could just vault over the entire thing. I want to farm more of these. Are people not taking the simple gun parts? No. Like, people are leaving wasp drivers. If we can find a good use for these, how valuable that would be. We're just gonna go back up this way, kind of away from the other guy that shot at us. Who's now on extract. Yeah, he's sitting in there. There's another guy way out behind him. This lobby seems like it's getting kind of sweaty for this. But if I extract, I'm gonna have to fight that guy, right? At this point, we swap the little smokes. And start going up this way.
Go to the village.
Yo, you need help or you good? We're just gonna help him out and keep moving. Something tells me he's the guy that was popping shots at us earlier. I said that in chat as well. Uh-huh. What if we just do this? How fast can we take him down with these? You alright?
Bro, this guy just spawned me. He was duo?
No, he wasn't. I'm trying to find a defib. He's gotta have something, right? Do we have a defib? Come on, keep loading. Gluten Mark 1, shield charges we need. These we need. These over these. Anvil 1 over olives, over metal parts. Springs over plastic. He did not, but I do have bandages. Sorry. Oh, I have bandages. They're free loadout. I feel bad. I wanted to help him. Smoke grenade over these. Stitcher over this. We still have a hatch key, so we can just keep going. I mean, I think we get to extract after that.
Let's head home at the reinforced hatch.
I'm assuming that dude who's sniping is just going to be camping this extract like a rat. Is that a free snitch scanner? That'd be real cool if it was. Oh, it is. We didn't really get to showcase anything in that one. I'm a little disappointed by it, but it's like not too bad. I just want to make sure the stream is available in 1080 like it's supposed to be. Yes, it is. Well, it's available in 720, which is interesting. We got out with some good stuff, though. Just because those two dudes fighting. How did we end up in a PvP-ass lobby? Oh, sorry, PvP frickin' lobby. After doing nothing but farming. Now we'll need complex gun parts. I mean, shoot, they had exactly what we wanted. That's not even a bad run. So we're gonna repair before we upgrade again. Oh my god, that had an extended medium mag 3 on it. Let's repair this. Vertical grip 2. That was crazy. Crazy thing to be a push everything on dam kind of map. A Venator is not the best thing you could have had there. And we've been farming enough to just kind of repair these, you know? We'll put these away. Put these away. We got a lot of good stuff off of that. Heavy ammo. We'll just bring out that 49. Smoke grenade. We made another smoke grenade. Repair these. I want to tuck these away and bring out regular bandages so we can save our good stuff for when we're doing better content runs. Yeah, I mean, the strategy remains the same. Go in and just farm. I don't know why everyone just wasn't cool there. We're on we're on Bluegate, of course. Man, it's interesting that Bluegate is so sweaty right now. I think
Heard
they
you
should
came in
reduce the
during that big
cooldown on
storm.
these as well.
Hope you managed to shake the sand out of your clothes by now.
I will edit in some honorable mentions, like the pulse mine is really good for some cheap tactics. You can also use it to push people out from cover if you're like in a fight somehow rotating around the same cover. But you'd have to know in advance that they were going to go there, and that's just not exactly doable all the time, you know? We hit our shots there, that's pretty good. Right in through the top. Where'd you... It just went out the window? Huh? Ooh, muzzle brake 2. Also pretty good. This is the position we want to be in. Residential. Work our way up to an open area with a single building where we can see if people are coming, but we can also farm those snitch scanners. It's a blessed day. Look at this. Nothing crazy. Nah, maybe not too crazy. Come on. No gun parts. No trash blueprints. Pretty sure that wasp was coming for me, but it's fine. Somebody else is shooting it. Again, if I had a noisemaker, I'd put it up on the stairs here. There's a tick above me. Poster of natural whatever. Just scare it away real quick. A raider cache in this area would be real good to hit. I didn't know this could spawn here either. Secret grenades, also real good. These are really good to collect if you need random materials but can't find them specific ones, because these recycle for a good amount of seeds. I do know there's a player down there somewhere. Yeah, so we're gonna go probably up to here. We're gonna work our way this way. Got them ninja moves. Jump over the dumpster and somehow vault through a window. Did I just miss this on that first run? I must have. Oh. It's hard to tell what these people are going to be like. I don't think we need 2 full stacks of these. Ropes over duct tape as of right now. Batteries over shotgun ammo. A lot of those spawning in. I almost wonder if somebody else is farming these in the same area. But we've got a real good place to farm good loot, so we're gonna... Case in point. Residential is a really good place to farm blueprints. So this or... Oh, it's got somebody. Hey buddy, you looking for blueprints? Do you want a blueprint? To the guy who ziplined, I have a blueprint in my safe pocket if you want it. Yeah, here. I'll come down. I found like 3 of those in this area, so if you don't have it yet, by all means.
Thank you.
Yeah, got you. That's like the, literally, like the fourth one of those I found. The vertical Mark II. I didn't have the Mark III yet. We're gonna be going the same way as this guy. Maybe it's better if we go around and up. We're just gonna heal a little bit. Oh yeah, someone's gotta be farming snitch scanners over there. They just keep dropping in. Or like using snitch scanners to farm, I mean, not farming snitch scanners specifically. Being that we're already kind of full up on these, maybe we just farm by hatch. We're gonna hit my bag. Oh! This is the first time it was ever hit! We also have a Rocketeer here, so we don't want to make too much noise. Yes. Yes, these. Oh, come on. Then we just lock in real quick. Yeah, I'm just farming some arc parts. I've got a few snitch scanners if you need any. Like if you need to farm parts. I'm just throwing them and then killing the wasps.
What was it? I couldn't hear you.
I'm just throwing snitch scanners to kill the wasps to farm for parts if you need any, you know, arc parts. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm just gonna grab them out there.
I think it does show kind of good faith that that guy didn't take the first chance to shoot me while I was low. So we'll let him do his thing. We have snitch scanners here. That Rocketeer is coming over this way. Hey, just careful of the Rocketeer, man. Just be careful, there's a Rocketeer coming over this way. Oh, come on. Yeah, these are a pretty good way to farm simple gun parts and stuff, I think. We're gonna stock up on some arc cells here. That was pretty sick. Better than the alternative. I don't know if that dude shot me or not. feel like that dude might have been shooting at me. Good way to farm simple gun parts. How much noise do we want to make on this map? We hit our shots here. There we go. And they're both in here. There's a lot of stuff from one wasp. Cycle these for this. A hatch is up and to our left. Hey, you need a way out? I'm about to hit this hatch. I mean, if you're ready to leave.
I can't hear you.
I said I'm about to hit this hatch if you're ready to leave.
Oh shit, okay, cool.
Might as well, right? They can't possibly finish you in the time it would take.
Thank you, bud.
Good luck! It does seem like we're holding pretty good frames this time compared to last. We got the vertical grip 2, which I really like, because vertical grip 3 is expensive. I wouldn't put it on everything. Vertical grip 2, however, I only have previously a vertical grip 1, so depending on how pricey it is mechanical components and duct tape as well. Yeah, that's really good. I want to see, this is going to add 50% increased vertical recoil and recoil recovery time. But it makes it faster to pull out and faster to aim down sights. Significantly extends the ammo because we have the extended mag 3, and then this is 30% less ADS speed, so we're 170% increased ADS speed. That works both ways. That might be better on like a shotgun, perhaps. But we're counteracting 40 out of 50, and now so we're 10% reduced recoil, but we pull it out faster and have a bigger mag. I don't know if that's worth the trade-off. This might be better with a padded stock, just turn it into an absolute laser beam. I mean, everybody runs the kinetic converter on it, of course. So we're gonna recycle this, these. Speaker we're gonna save. Now hopefully we might have enough. I was running low on ammo there. Actually, if he had picked a fight, I probably wouldn't have made that. We're just gonna sell these because I'm not doing a lot to get my actual money up. Pop this in here. Blaze grenade. The Hornet drivers, underrated for sure. we have the recipe for a showstopper. So I want to see what a showstopper costs. Gadgets and grenades. No. We'll go to workshop. Explosives. It's a voltage converter, which is also used for heavy shields, which I would say is more valuable in the long run. And advanced electrical components, which is used for all of your good augments. I would say a showstopper is not worth crafting if you find them, which you regularly will, as we've seen with my luck today. I think we got 2 of them, it looks like. Little smokes, worth crafting, especially if you use smokes a lot and you're running into like PvP runs, but you don't want to go in free kit or without smokes. We'll repair our shield here. Light impact grenades. Verdict is still out. I want to try those on... Yeah, what I really want to do is hunt down a surveyor with these. So if I put my snitch scanner away, we have an extra hornet driver. If I do this and bring these out here and then swap to impact grenades while it's stunned, like hit it with one of those, swap this. We'll do this so I can swap that. Or swap into the first one. You throw these, you stun it, and then hopefully kill it after these blow up. Again, throw these and then that, and hopefully it's just dead. If it's not, that's way too much trouble compared to the 3k you could get, or to the, you know, electrical components you could get out of them. But it's kind of worth trying, right? And then we can sell these for a little extra currency. We had heavy ammo? No, we didn't. I'm gonna also recycle some of this light ammo and shotgun ammo. I'll sell it, I suppose. I don't use launchers. I'll probably be running a Stitcher later when I run actual runs. We've gotten so many mechanical components with those snitch drivers, though. I am pretty happy with the amount that we've been able to farm from those. So what is... Let's, we'll do a quick recap. Of the ones that we've tested so far, I would say the Noisemaker is extremely underrated. Most people are going to run right into it. It's more effective at letting you know where players are than something like a pulse mine, only for the fact that once the pulse mine detonates, you will no longer know if they're still on the stairs. Whereas a Noisemaker, we're literally just... It'll keep going off until they destroy it or leave the area. So if you're using it on something like... what is it? If you're using it on something like... So if you're using it on something like Buried City, if you're using it in a building like Space Travel in particular, where you may have a JKV key, or in Hospital where you have, you know, all the ziplines and things like that. If you want something that's not an explosive mine that will let you know where players are in real time and continue to let you know where they are until they destroy it, you have so much more time to react to the sound. It's loud enough that people will hear it. You can use it as a trap to bring arc towards your enemies. So if you set it up on like window peaks and things like that before you fight something like a bombardier, when they step near it, it will go off and tell both the arc and you that there is a player peeking at the fight from up wherever you set it. I would say those are probably the most underrated utility item. That and the fact that you can use those in your utility slot on a Tactical Mark II gives it even better utility. It's just something that can fill that slot that not a lot of options can. It's also significantly cheaper to purchase than any of the others, and I would assume it is just as cheap to craft. I unfortunately don't have the recipe. Little smoke grenades, I will say, also severely underrated. They're not as big, they're a lot smaller radius, but if you're in close quarters, like in a building, and you need to smoke out a doorway or something like that, that can be incredible. I want to say the wasp drivers are also underrated, just for the fact that, again, if you're holding a choke Instead of using something like a trigger nade where once a door is open or once an enemy crosses in and you push that detonate button, they have a second and a half to get out of radius. These, if you're able to shoot them, they're going to be a lot easier for you to blow up the second somebody's in that choke and deal significantly more damage than just a single bullet. But in testing, in practice, they don't detonate each other. So if you throw a stack of them like you would with the synthesized fuel canisters, they don't all blow up together. Only one blew up. And I don't know if that was just an issue with the terrain we threw it on, not being even. Potentially indoors, these are a little bit more useful, but I have yet to test them in a strictly indoor PvP scenario. Moving on to Hornet drivers, I mean, incredibly underrated. The fact that we were able to use it to stun Arc Surveyors, we were able to save ourselves with it against things like a Bombardier or a Bastion. You can use it to get out of sticky situations and to stun players if you need to. It is a little bit delayed, so it's not as effective at stunning players as a Showstopper, but it's essentially free by farming compared to Showstoppers, where in the time it took us to get something like 12 Hornet drivers today, we got 2 Showstoppers from the same areas we were looting. Blaze grenade traps, I don't even know if I can call them underrated. Everybody knows them as the Leaper killer. They are more effective at killing a Leaper than any other utility item you could carry. For that, I would say that they are definitely extremely useful and worthwhile in having, carrying, and crafting. But I don't know if I can call them underrated because they don't do much else. You can set them up on ziplines, I will say is the other thing. You set the beam up directly in line with the zipline, and when a player's thrown off, it'll send them into it. But whether or not that's more useful than something like a mine or a noisemaker is really going to depend on what your goal is. An explosive mine would probably deal more damage. This is 50 damage total, done over 5 seconds in increments of 10, whereas an explosive mine... Do I have an explosive mine? I don't, but we can... Whereas an explosive mine is only 40 damage, but it's instant and has a slightly bigger radius. So, I suppose it could be better than an explosive mine. For a damage dealing trap, I'm not sure if the fire has any interaction with shields. It definitely goes through arc armor, which is why it's so powerful against a Leaper. Coming out of today, I'm definitely going to be running the Noisemaker pretty regularly as soon as I have that blueprint. That is still shocking to me. Secret grenades, again, significantly underrated. It takes about 15 of them to kill something like a Rocketeer. But if you're using snitch scanners to farm your simple gun parts, arc materials, and, you know, arc cells, it is extremely useful. You throw a snitch scanner, it's 2 wasps. That means 2 secret grenades, and you have all those parts. But that is increasing the cost to farm those parts. They're nice to carry on their own. Just as a, you know, in the back pocket kind of thing. You can kind of throw them out of a window, and if there's an arc out of that window outside of your line of sight that you couldn't shoot at, the secret grenade will still come back and hit it. So it gives you additional options for angles on arc if you're low health and don't want to peek. I'll say for that alone, underrated. The gas grenades, definitely underrated. I mean, we did have that guy try and smoke us out in the building, and by throwing the gas grenade, not only are we able to, you know, reduce his stamina, we're also able to see him through his own smoke grenade, whereas he won't be able to see us because that effect is localized, meaning if you're inside of the plume of a smoke grenade, you can't see out of it, but if you throw a... If you throw a gas grenade or some other kind of explosive, you can see through that smoke because of the way the smoke volumetrically stacks. Meaning you're able to see outlines of things. It's not going to be like you can wall hack, but it's a lot better than trying to shoot randomly into smoke. And you can throw those pretty far. So if a team has smoked themselves out to recover an ally, you can throw it on them and finish the job pretty quickly. It's a good defense against a TAC Mark II user, especially if you're in a pick fight. You break their shields, they smoke, they heal. You break their shields, they smoke, they heal. It's a cycle that a gas grenade can clean up for sure, because once that smoke deploys on shield break, you chuck one of these in and hopefully get the closing shots to finish it up. The lure grenade, I'll say, also definitely underrated. When paired with snitch scanners, you can definitely use this as a getaway strategy. I'll go back for a minute. Another thing you can do with gas grenades is if you know somebody's chasing you, you can lob them behind you and they will be out of stamina long before they would ever reach you. Also giving you the advantage because if you can throw it while they're running down something like a hallway or a narrow area where there's not as much cover, they won't be able to get to cover as quickly. They'll have to run all the way back down the hallway or run farther and try and roll into cover. Without stamina, that's very slow and gives you plenty of time to sit somebody down. The lure grenades, again, the lure grenades when partnered with snitch scanners can be a really toxic way to get a kill, but if it's on a rat, all's fair, baby. Great utility to get out of a pinch with arc. If you're face to face with something like a bastion or a bombardier, you can throw it behind them. They'll prioritize looking at the lure grenade over you, and for that alone, it's incredibly powerful. Great for farming those parts. But also great for, again, even if you don't have the snitch scanner, redirecting arc towards your enemies where you both might be in tiny buildings in a field on Blue Gate in a pick fight when a bunch of arc and a rocketeer or something are flying by and want to get involved. So you throw one lure grenade and now you have a significant advantage in that fight, or you can just run if you want to. The remote raider flare, we didn't get to test as much. The other... the dummy distress signal is great because if you are injured... the remote raider flare is also extremely useful. There are plenty of people using it in PvP to trick their enemies. I think, again, when paired with the TAC Mark II, it is even more so powerful. Because when your shield breaks on attack Mark II, you get that smoke cloud, and if you detonate that raider flare in that smoke cloud, they're not going to be able to see you. They're just going to assume that you were knocked. So they're going to push in. And if you have something close range, like a Stitcher, an Il Toro, a Bobcat even, you're going to be able to finish that fight in seconds before they're even realizing what happened. I mean, they're going to run to the room thinking you're down, and when you finish them, they're going to be like, yeah, the one guy who's running these. And that's another thing that makes them so powerful, is it's so unexpected. These being underrated is exactly what makes them even more powerful, in my opinion. I think that's just a no-brainer if you wanted to run it. The photoelectric cloak, I also think not enough people are running. It is rather expensive to make. It's, if you have the blueprint, which I believe you get the blueprint from a quest, but it's 2 advanced electrical components and 4 speaker components. Those 4 speaker components are kind of the pricier side compared to advanced electrical, which you can refine. But just being able to, push a button and get out of a situation where you're pinned down by a rocketeer is incredible. I mean, the amount of times I've been pinned down in, a raider outpost. What is the one in particular? The amount of times I've been pinned down in Raider's Refuge by a rocketeer and a bunch of other arc, or a bombardier, or something else, is ridiculous. And you sit in that building for so long, all the other players are going to rush across the map to see what's going on and hopefully goop up off your dead body. But a photoelectric cloak, once that happens, you run into cover, you take it out of your safe pocket, you put it in your, your quick use slot, and you just use it and walk away. And now, hopefully you can repair it for significantly cheaper. The repair cost is still 2 speaker components and 1 advanced electrical component, but I'm assuming that repairs at least 50. So as long as you're not using this constantly on small arc, it's a great thing to keep if you have extra room in your safe pocket and you're not running something like a Raider hatch key. I could even see an argument for saying that these are what you would carry in place of a hatch key for something like a Night Raid or Electromagnetic Storm, where there is significantly more arc and no hatches. But if you're overusing it, it will break while you are in round, and that's something you're going to want to avoid. Let's see, what other ones did we play with today? There was some really fun options.
Forgot something?
I'll just go ahead and say the door blockers. Not enough people are using the door blockers. I mean, everybody's running barricades, and it's enough of a deterrent where your room can't get pushed immediately, it buys you time, and both of them have that same point. But if you had a way out the back door, let's say you're in control tower on dam and there's a team outside the door, your only way out is either to jump off the roof or to fight your way out if they're blocking you in. So to have, you know, if you have a barricade, that buys you some time to get out on the roof if you had to, or to maybe heal, whatever have you. But if you put a door blocker on there, they have to breach it, so you'll audibly know when they're going to do that. As well as putting a barricade behind it, it's going to take them 10 minutes to get into you. They're not going to finish getting to you by the time you're able to get down from the building. There is a way to jump down from the roof, provided you are incredibly accurate with that jump. If that's something you can master, all the better, because then you only carry those. If not, you can also carry a zipline if you're bringing in that damn tower key and want to do it entirely risk-free. That's the strategy I would recommend, is bring in a door blocker, lock that door behind you, bring in a door blocker, lock that door behind you, and then zip down from the roof, and you make a clean escape no matter who's trying to get into that room and get your loot, or you in particular. Of course, all of these, if you're in friendly lobbies, are definitely used differently. Secret grenades, there's really no way for a secret grenade to be good in PvP that I could see. Unless it's like, you know, again, it's the PvE aspect of you have to deal with PvE while you're PvPing. If you are running into, I wouldn't even say fireballs, you run an anvil, it's a one-shot kill. If you're running into something like shredders while you're fighting a team, that's a situation most people are going to die in, especially if you're low health. Put a handful of secret grenades in your pocket and you can start hitting shots around corners on that shredder that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Let's say I'm facing you, you are the player, I am the shredder, but there's a wall right here. You can throw that kind of around the wall and the secret grenade will do the rest. It has its own aimbot built in. It is a homing grenade, which is what makes it so strong. Of course, a single wolf pack would also do that, but being how much cheaper secret grenades are, let's see if we have the numbers. Explosive station. I don't have a secret grenade blueprint. I would like one. A wolf pack is 3 explosive compound and 2 arc motion cores, which in my opinion, the 3 explosive compound is kind of pricey, but that's one of the only things you're going to be getting explosive compound for. I mean, if you're farming heavy fuse grenades, sure, I feel like that's a little bit of a waste, especially when something like a snap blast is very comparable. It's 10 damage less, has the same radius and less of a delay, but instead of using your, you know, your rarer material, your explosive compound, you are instead using 2 crude explosives, and it sticks onto things, making it more effective against arc. You can use snap blast grenades against, you know, wasps. You can use them against surveyors. You can even use them against something like a leaper, a bombardier, if you really had nothing else with you. I won't call the snap blast underrated. A lot of people run the snap blast, especially since the trigger grenade nerf. But it's pricey to craft a wolf pack when you could craft a secret grenade. I will look up the recipes for the items that I don't know to add on to these comparisons to help make these comparisons make more sense and determine what's actually underrated on the value side of things. Hornet drivers and noisemakers for sure are top tier. Damn, big Sag wants to stream with you. Oh no, you're a bot. I don't know if you saw the other ones. You can see the ones that are still on screen. There was a bot that somebody had. I'm sure these people are setting these bots up on their own. But somebody's bot says, damn, this person's stream is better than this. Come check it out here. Like, bro literally made a bot to go into other people's streams, be toxic, and try and direct traffic to his own. That's just so, like... I at least almost slightly more appreciate the people who have their bots say, like, this guy wants to stream with you, because if they do, or if they are looking for people to stream with, I guess that's a lot cooler, right? What else is underrated, can we say here? What else did we get to really try out? Blaze grenade traps, again, can't call them, we already discovered, or went over those. The little smokes we went over. Impact grenades. Are they in-round craftable? I imagine so. They are, because they're in workbench, not explosives. So I believe you can craft those in-round. And for 3 chemicals and 2 plastic parts, they do 30 damage a pop, right? if you're running in with something that's a lower damage, I suppose those are a lot more useful, especially if you need to lighten up what you have. I mean, I'll try and do weight comparisons for the in-round craftables as well, just to help score these on a premise of if they're in-round craftable, if they are in-round craftable, they have significantly more value because you can make and use them on the fly for the ones that are worth using. But if you're over encumbered and your inventory is full, if you could craft a stack of these and somehow reduce your weight, I feel like that would be even better. This stack of 5 light impact grenades is 0.5 pounds. Or kilograms, I believe it is. I believe it's kilograms. Compared to... Let's see. So what's a stack of 5? I'll run the math. I'll put it in post for all of the craftable ones, such as the blaze grenade trap and things like that. Obviously, you can't really craft things like the hornet drivers, the wasp drivers, the snitch scanners, which would be so broken if you could. But it's essentially you farm a snitch, especially if you shoot the snitch, you let it trigger so that it summons a hornet and 2 wasps. Clear those all out and collect all their loot, and then you throw the snitch scanner and you have 2 more wasps right then and there. So if you don't want to carry the snitch scanner separately, you can still use it to increase your stacks of wasp drivers and simple gun parts, which the simple gun parts are, I think, what makes it the most worth it. Wasp drivers, if we can successfully set up a trap with those, I'm going to continue running those on and off stream as like a back pocket item. If I can set up a cool play with wasp drivers, I will definitely change my opinion on these. As of right now, they are far too small to effectively throw and shoot. If they had a bigger hitbox or were detonatable, I mean, you could even nerf the damage. They're 80 damage on explosion, which is crazy because obviously we just talked about how the snap blast is 70 and how, what was the other one? The snap blast is 70. The fact that they do 80 damage is kind of large. The fact that a heavy fuse grenade is the same, but has a delay, you don't have to shoot it, right? So it's like, it's definitely faster than a trigger grenade if you can throw it and manage to get the shot. But with how small they are, you would have to be a pro Overwatch Widowmaker to hit those shots consistently, to just chuck it and shoot it. You might be able to make more trap plays. Obviously, you can't do any trap plays with heavy fuse grenades, and trigger grenades being nerfed to a 1.5 second trigger to explosion time makes them less viable for ambushes. If you're not carrying around synthesized fuel, which can also be significantly heavier and more costly, then having a stack of these would be great. We still have to, you know what? We're gonna go in and test just in practice range if we can find a flat little area, because I don't want to not know, because these are so borderline. I can't call them underrated. I can't say they're not underrated though. So we're just gonna go into practice range real quick since it won't use up our materials, and we're going to shoot some wasp drivers. The first test against that Arc Surveyor, we shot one while they were all next to each other, and it threw the other 2 instead of detonating them. I almost wonder if that was caused by the Surveyor hitting it, or whether it was something about the uneven ground. I want to get a definite answer on that, because if you can stack them like synthesized fuel canisters at 80 damage a piece, that is kind of incredible. You could stack a few of these on the ground and just absolutely kill somebody. So if we go down into like Subway to simulate an indoor environment, and we put on these wasp drivers, they do kind of have a bounce to them too. So it's like one, you have to disarm them as well. But I want to throw them all together. We're going to have to re-equip them, yeah. Oh wait, did I not pick up the other one? I didn't. Yeah, so if you could do something like this, and you know someone's following you, right? Just make sure I'm in game. If you throw them all straight down at the ground, they do bounce, but they'll land pretty close together. But if you have them all stacked up, let's say, you know, you're hiding behind cover here and someone's coming through a doorway on like Stella or something, and you... Let's see how that did. So it did detonate all 3. Being that those are 80 damage a pop, And not only that, you can then salvage them for metal parts or bring them back. I think you might get an arc alloy for them. So after you've gotten the kill, if that person had no loot, you still have something coming out of it. So I think I'm going to call Wasp drivers underrated. I do think I'm going to. The fact that they can trigger each other, I don't know what happened with that surveyor we tried to pile them on. But I do think... Whoa. What happened? I just heard myself. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the surveyor we piled them onto, that they didn't trigger each other, but the fact that you could set those up in a doorway, they're essentially a free resource. They're farmable, which is big. You don't have to craft them. You go into a map, you trigger a snitch, kill it, get the snitch scanner. You get one from each of those first 2 wasps that it summons, on top of a hornet driver for stun. But you also get 2 more when you throw the snitch scanner and farm those out. So you can get 4 off a single encounter, and you could run several of those encounters. You could stash up these snitch scanners and then collect all these wasp drivers. They carry in a stack of 5 or 3. I think it's 3. They carry in a stack of 3. But for something like that, you pile them on a door as a trap. You know, especially if it's sweaty, don't push me, I won't push you type of scenario, because they're going to open that door to peek, and when they do, you shoot one of them, it detonates all 3, and you have 240 damage, which is a guaranteed knock that you just got for free by playing smarter. I think I have to call Wasp drivers underrated. But that goes over basically all of the things that people are leaving behind. I mean, you can go into every single match and find these. You know, people aren't looting the wasps either. You'll find wasps on the ground that somebody fought, and unless it's really early game and their pockets are already kind of empty, most of the time you're going to be able to salvage these pretty easily. And the fact that they're so readily available is also what makes them so much more underrated, I think. Most of these can be either farmed extremely easily, crafted for dirt cheap, or even crafted in round for nothing but basic materials, and I think that makes a lot of these a lot stronger than people tend to realize. I mean, I'm definitely going to be running some of these. I had a lot more fun with those noisemakers than I thought I would. There used to be a glitch where you could stack noisemakers on top of each other and then disarm the first one, and when you fell, it would cancel all fall damage. That was patched in, I want to say it was November or October of last year. That would have made those extremely broken, but I still think it's a must run if you're running Attack Mark II and you're not running a zipline, just because, again, I know I'm kind of glazing the noisemakers a little bit, but just the fact that they're going to continuously let you know while somebody's around them with no end in sight until they shoot that thing. You're also drawing the enemy's attention to an item, unlike a pulse mine, which detonates and then it's over with, and now they're watching out to see which way you're going to try and push them from while they're stunned. Because if you don't push them while they're stunned, they have plenty of time to heal, they have plenty of time to get out. A noisemaker, I mean, that guy in the room panicked. We had another person behind us trying to creep up on us while we were killing the bombardier that it scared him off entirely. He didn't even panic and freeze, he ran. He must not have had that good of loot, but still, I can't believe I'm saying that I really love the noisemaker, but I will be running that in my kits from now on, unless I'm running zipline on Buried City or something. That is going to do it for today's stream. All of this will be in a video. If you guys ever want to be in a video and you see that I have a video title as the stream title, hop in, say hello. I will be adding things like the stats in crafting. I'll make an actual numbers-wise rating on how difficult these are to obtain and sustain, how effective I think they are in a regular game. Obviously, we brought out a ton of stuff to mess around with, but if you only brought out one additional item in your kit, how usable is it actually going to be? Like, if you don't want to run snitch scanners and lure grenades and be the most toxic player in the game, how regularly will you use snitch scanners outside of farming? Probably not very. How often will you use lure grenades outside of farming? Probably fairly often if it's something that you're bringing in. It's really good to get out with. It's really good to draw onto other people, especially it can turn a fight if you're both pinned down. There's definitely some new things I'm going to be running a lot more often, but I will add scores for, we'll determine the fields, is going to be, is it craftable in game? Is it cheap to craft in Speranza at your workshop? how realistic are you to use this item? How realistic is it that you will use this item in a regular match? How effective it is at its intended job, because obviously we have things like grenades versus noisemakers versus other things. I'll come up with a fifth metric, but as I'm editing through this, I will make sure that all the numbers and details are accurate so that we have the best idea possible on whether or not these are underrated or whether or not I just happened to run into a situation where it was fun to use them and worked surprisingly effectively. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. I really appreciate you guys coming to hang out. Yesterday we streamed, it was, oh, it's not going to let me view it now. Of course it isn't. We have a video coming out fairly soon. I'm still waiting, unfortunately, on YouTube to finish rendering that video. Hopefully it has by the time that this stream is over. You can expect that to be hitting the channel as a sweet condensed video, as well as this with all the data information you guys will need. We have some more fun stuff planned. I have some very interesting ideas I will say attempt, not do, because there's no guarantee I'll be able to get them done, but some absolutely crazy ideas in Arc Raiders for both builds, speed runs, things like that, that I think we're going to have a blast with. So if that sounds like your speed, please make sure you hit the follow button on whatever platform you're on, subscribe if you're on YouTube, follow if you're on Kick.